Meeting to order at 10:03. Agenda additions and approval, or we've got staff has put in 2 additions. 5.1 for delegation and one of the reports.
12.10.
Or consent agenda items 12.10 Canadian Mental Health Association push-up challenge invitation.
Mr. Chairman, could I just, just not necessarily, but for councillors' request for information, not in this one, but next meeting, marketing of council or of county lands. I'd like a little follow-up, but I'll talk to it when we go there, if we could. I don't expect any report back from the town and right now, but then.
So if I can, I mean, the original purpose of section 6 was to talk about whether it was worth bringing something forward. So yeah, add it to 6.
Yeah, that's exactly 6.2.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I'll have one, I guess, under committee reports, 11.4.7, the Stettler and District of Success.
Switch your to your microphone, please, Mr. Stover.
Oh, is it on?
It is, I think it's just not quite.
11.4.S, District FCSS.
Yeah.
There you have a hard copy in front of you today. I did send it in, but my computer must have lost it between here and Stettler. So,
Long ways in the wind.
yeah, the wind must have blew it the wrong way. But anyways, we're just adding that one.
Gender,
I'd like to add tree eater invoice, please.
that is
6.3.
6.3 report.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I think, Mr. Gender, I think when we do the administration report, you could probably bring it up then.
Okay.
Per our conversation, yeah.
I see like Public Works is available for us to answer any
Good
questions.
point, yep. Any other, Councilor Stewart?
I'll move the agenda with the additions.
All in question, all in favor? Carried. Got 2 sets of minutes for approval. Is 3.1 is our regular council meeting minutes, January 8th, 2025. Page 6 of the package, and 3.2 is special council meeting minutes, January 29th, 2025, page 12 of the package. Any questions on those? Councilor Gender? Seeing no questions, I'll call the question. All in favor? Carried. No public hearings today. Delegation at 1 o'clock. And so we can start into point number 6, council's request for information. 6.1, golf cart pilot project. Councilor Stevens.
Just wanted to update everyone, based on our meeting that we had, end of last month, early this month, a couple weeks ago. Anyway, White Sands and Roshan Sands are moving forward with their golf cart pilot program that the province started. Sounds like they are going to take on the registry of golf carts so that they can legally be used. There is a number of parameters laid out by the province. Minimum age can only be used in, it has to be specified by law, by bylaw, which areas it's allowed to be used. It can only be on roads that are 50 kilometers or under. So it's fairly isolated program. They are actively used. The demand is there. And I fear that if we don't step up, that there's going to be a lot of confusion because there's a lot of intermingling amongst these communities. And us being the only ones that haven't initiated a program will kind of bring a lot of confusion to the area. I do, however, believe that it has to be done at a cost recovery basis. It's a service that I'm not super happy that this is the one vehicle the province won't register. You can register a sled or a quad or a side-by-side or a truck. anything like that is all handled by the province, and this is the one type of vehicle that the province is pushing down to the municipalities to force registration. So I'm not super happy with that, but if it is a service that we're going to provide, I do think we need a mechanism to recover our costs.
Counselor.
I think this is a great initiative. I have some concerns going forward, the fact that it's going to be over 2 or 3 different districts. Bylaws have to be very much similar. I think policing, since that neither one of White Sands or Roshan Sands have a bylaw officer or a police officer that is actively engaged on a regular basis in their communities. I would like us to check with Hannah. I know Hannah, the town of Hannah had a similar program that went through because they had many people going from the senior lodge, actually going to the golf course, crossing a major highway. So there's some experience that I think maybe we could, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Maybe we could learn from their experience on that one. But those are my main concerns. I like the idea behind this. I mean, it's being done anyway, so if it moves, tax it. If it's making money, regulate it, or vice versa. I don't know. I'm with Mr. Stevens that there has to be some sort of cost recovery on this. And the biggest challenge, I think, is going to be the different districts that are in this are involved.
And I'm in agreement too. I guess part of the licensing thing though, and the self-reporting could almost follow our RV tagging, couldn't it?
Yeah, so if we were to implement a system like that, administration, as shares Councillor Stevens' distaste for us having to be the registrar for golf carts. However, it is a fair point that we have managed to create a self-serve portal for RV tags. A similar concept could be applied. There is obviously a sub cost to that. And if council wanted to try and recover some more of that beyond just golf cart fees or registration fees, they could also look at partnering with the 2 summer villages to give a unified portal. But we would suggest that they would commensurately contribute to that development.
So is there not an opportunity already to currently with the Alberta government register your golf cart? Are we 100% sure of that? Okay. I would dare say that as an off-road unit, I would think you can register. I have registered my off-road quad, my Skidoo.
Yep.
You can actually off-road some electric bikes at that point too.
Yeah, and all of those are well spoken for in the Traffic Safety Act and its associated regulations. A golf cart has always been a prohibited vehicle on a public highway because it's not an off-highway vehicle. And this pilot project regulation that the government attached to the TSA is to allow this. And that's it is that regulation that the government put out that explicitly requires the municipalities to maintain a registration. Our bylaw would also have to be approved by the Minister of Transportation.
So would we also have to have insurance? Where does our liability come in? I have a lot of questions.
They have to provide proof of insurance. With golf carts, it seems to be the only way you can get insurance is lumping that onto your house insurance.
Well, I think you've got a fairly well thought through.
If we do go down this path and we make it that it's other areas can also license them, because I have one that when we go into Gadsby to cut grass and stuff, you throw the weed eaters in the back and it's got a little box thing on it. But my side-by-side is licensed, but my golf cart isn't. I've never even thought of getting a ticket on something that would do 8 miles an hour. You can run faster than it. But
Some people can run faster than that.
I think if I was chasing you, you could still run faster. Mr. Stevens?
If we're gonna open Pandora's box about other areas, I'm getting a dirty look.
That's what it is.
We have a campground across from Pheasant Bat where this has come up previously. The only way under this set of parameters that it would be legal is if we drop the speed limit on that section of road.
You got,
Commander?
just wanted to correct, you can allow your bylaw to allow golf carts to cross a road that's greater than 50 kilometers an hour. You just can't drive along it.
Okay, fair enough.
I think it should be plated, insured, and should have proof of insurance. And if they're gonna get on the road, they should have shame lights, brake lights.
Quads don't.
Huh?
Quad,
Well, if they're out using our road, I don't care if they go inside of a summer village and they make a special law to do that. So what we're talking about, coming out onto our road. using
but through Alberta licensing branches, you can get your quad and your side by side. They'll have brake lights possibly,
I
but
don't, my Skidoo doesn't have.
no signal lights for sure. And you put a plate on them and you have insurance. And to me, that's just
I think you should be insured in case somebody runs into one. But I also had an old guy that used to come down to my place on one, and I finally had to just go pick him up because peace officer kept making him a ticket for that. He's out in the country now. So I would, and what happens with county liability if somebody runs into one or they run into one or whatever? I don't want to leave the county liable for anything.
bicycles go down the road though too. CEO Cassidy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So would you, council, like administration to bring back a draft bylaw and maybe get answers to the questions that have been raised?
I'll make that motion to instruct administration to bring back a draft bylaw, as well as options, whether they recommend an online portal or the better management system to minimize staff time and cost is. One additional question, I'm not sure if registration would be valid in another municipality.
Right. That would require the partnership of those municipalities to effectively use our portal to allow a person to get 3 registrations simultaneously.
And the reason I bring that up is, say, the Bolin subdivision and Roshan Sands, there is a lot of crossover and people do not understand the municipal boundary there. And they go to the hall or Kaz's and there's a lot of back and forth traffic there.
And I also, I mean, from a policing standpoint, if it's the old west where I just got to get my golf cart into the next district, we'll have a slow speed chase into. If I get into across the Roshan Sands line, I'm free. But
But one of the issues we have as far as speed limits and stuff go is between White Sands and going into Buffalo View Estates past RW, because that section is 80 kilometers an hour, isn't it? And I think people right now existingly would go back and forth for ice cream and things like that.
so that would be a suggestion we slow that down to 50.
Yeah,
That's actually not a bad idea because that would also help with some dust control issues too.
there's 2 spots we would probably recommend bringing this back on that spot, and then over at Buffalo Sands.
Between Buffalo Sands and Buffalo Meadows,
Buffalo Sands and Buffalo Lake Meadows, yeah.
the feedback I got from the residents thus far is they don't see that as an issue. In that particular area.
I was also at community meetings where the quads and everything would go up without lights on them too, and kids riding them.
What I've been informed is that there is very few instances where golf carts would ever travel between those communities. It's usually by vehicle or side by side, something more substantial than a golf cart. And one other point is they do have a regulation that these would not be allowed to be used when it's night out. So I understand the concern about lights and signal lights, and it does seem to be partially mitigated, not to the extent of signal lakes.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. We can call it question. All in favor? Carried. 6.2, marketing of country lands.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'll be honest, I've been getting quite a few calls asking about our lots both in Botha and in Erskine, where they're at for sale, how much they are. I have been sending people to our website, which has been frustrating some people, I think, because it's not front and center of where to find the properties. So I know through our strategic plan, the last couple of strategic plans, one of the things that we were going to do and we've been trying to work towards is better marketing and better access to purchasing some of the lands that we do have for sale. We were going to do an inventory, and I think that was done, but it kind of stalled at that. So the lots that have been up, Ms. Cassidy just sent me an email from one of the realtors in towns asking a very similar question. So I don't think we have anything on MLS right now, do we?
I'm not sure, but we still have the sign on the highway for Royal LePage, right?
So the individual, the last individual that phoned me is a local, wanting to move out of the town of Stettler and looking to purchase a lot to build a new place. I sent them to our administration and said, just make us an offer. But he question to me was, why the hell is it not on MLS? And I said, I don't know. And I said, I know we have a number of properties for sale that somebody could have a look at, but I don't know. I don't even know what we have on the website. I'll be honest. It's not something I've looked into.
Okay, at least answer the why it's not on MLS, and it's because the last time we put out a call for realtors who would market it, because you can only put it on MLS if you are a realtor. We put out the call and we got no feedback, including from the ones who had previously been doing.
Okay. Times have changed, right?
Yeah, and we have had some light conversations with a few other local realtors that have kind of expressed the same thing, and they've suggested that they would come back to us with a proposal, and then they look into it and they think, it's not worth it. That's pretty expensive, or it's a lot of work for not a lot of commission.
And when we were doing that, did we give them just the lots in Erskine and Botha, or did we give them the list of all the lands that we possibly have for sale?
I think just the lots in Botha and Erskine. Yeah.
Because we do have a number of small one-off acreages that when we did our strategic plan that we talked about, some of the old school, like 1 or 2 acre parcels. There was, I know, some talk and issues around whether they had water and sewer available. But I think we should have a solid look at this.
We are working on that through this direction from the strategic plan, which we will be getting a little more back focused on it. We're in the middle of audits for 3 entities and then another one right behind it. And then, we've also had a staff member out due to a death in the family. So once we kind of get through the audit stage, then we'll be back on it.
Yeah, the guidance we've had in the past has been to bring back our lot prices annually in March. So that's typically when you see it. So.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe where council has dropped the ball. I mean, it is our strategic plan, and if we want to elevate something and make sure that it gets moved forward, I think it's our job to instruct admin to this is what we're concerned about. I just want to throw it out there if that's something that we have limited resources to deal with. Is this something that we would like to put those limited resources in a little higher gear? That's all.
Yeah, well, in that same piece, though, there are certain things they're working on right now that they have to get through before anything can change the list, because that's stuff we have to meet when it comes to our audits, etc. But the other piece of that was we were looking at some of the larger parcels of land too, and possibly if we could break acreages out, or what would be other pieces that we could look at. So it is a whole different approach to it. But yeah, I do understand, sometimes when you go to look for something, it's pretty hard to find the information. And
Yeah, we were looking at updating a list for council that would show, maybe we have 4 acres cut off by a railway. Is it close proximity to the water line? Could we hook it up to water? Could we fence it? Could we brush it? Could we build an approach in it, make it very marketable, and then get council's approval to do exactly that? Right?
So, Mr. Chairman, to that end, I think we do, I previously have seen a list. I think we already have that list available to us. I think that's probably somewhere in our back strategic plans. It may not be 100% updated, but I think it's imperative that spring's coming. If the least that we do is put on an MLS for Erskine and Botha lots, I think that wouldn't be too terribly bad. They're very marketable. They're priced right. I can't see why if people know about them. I mean, word of mouth is only so much.
Councilor Stewart?
I agree. The best place to start is the ones that are ready to go, and then we can add these other pieces of property later. And I'd like to see a bit more focus placed on marketing in BC, because so often when you hear of property selling in Alberta, it's been purchased by some of BC. It seems like their cost of living is even higher than ours, if you can imagine, but it is. And there are a lot of people that are relocating to Alberta. So I think if they're aware of these lots, because they have to be a lot cheaper than they would be in urban BC. So I think that's another market we're overlooking.
So, Mr. Chairman, and to that end, I think there's an opportunity for us to partner with some of our other organizations, i.e. the Housing Authority. The Housing Authority is very much looking at doing some marketing in BC. It's been, again, through our strategic plan, both BC and Ontario. Alberta's calling, and we have some vacancies at our Housing Authority, and I think there's an opportunity for us to get some of those people. We have a resolution forward that talks about decentralization because we're losing our population in rural Alberta. Maybe we need to do our part and step up.
Councilor Gender?
In regards to the lots in Erskine, have we consolidated any of them? Because it seems like there was one of them on the very north end that is one lot all by itself now that we can't even really mark.
Yeah, we haven't done that yet. That was, I think, part of the plan that we were going to bring back to you, that, most people that come to buy anyway, they want the double lots. So maybe we go ahead and amalgamate a couple of them, or all of them, whatever council would like to do. That was all part of the plan. If you want, I could, we could assign a staff member to maybe contact the real estate agents in Stettler, see if any of them would be interested in listing for us on MLS. And we could just get those lots out early and then continue to work on what else we've got available.
And though if it goes to our website, or if we put out a communication on our website, who do we direct them to for that first conversation?
Sharon usually takes the first conversation. If you can't get a hold of Sharon, you can talk to either Andrew or myself.
Or actually, Rich is usually the backup.
Oh, Rich, okay, sorry, yeah.
Because that should maybe become focal, that if they do look it up, they see it on the website, then who do they talk to, and then a quicker, maybe a quick response.
Yeah, and if they go through Rich actually as the backup, then they can also speak to him about a development permit at the same time, so.
So maybe we should make Rich the contact.
I just don't want to overload them. They're pretty busy. Yeah. But I could maybe get Christy working with Rich and,
We could only hope that we had to talk about a staff issue because we
Overload.
or acreage sales or something like that, right?
that would be a good worst problem.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I would also suggest that there's a case study out of Brooks and Bazzano where they actually had some property and they marketed it to the developers out of Calgary. There was some thoughts behind what went well and what didn't work well. One of the things was these developers liked the idea of buying cheap lots, but they wanted quick approval and they wanted to be able to build multiple houses, not one at a time, but if they could roll in and build 5 houses, they would, or more, they would definitely look at something like that.
Yeah, like we've heard that a lot at conferences or, seminars or anything, basically that, especially when I talk to economic development from the province, they'll come, but they want everything right there. They want it serviced, they want it subdivided, they want the access.
Say both Boston and Erskine are both set up for
Pretty well, yeah. And number one, they want internet access, which Erskine does have very good internet access. Yeah.
If you're talking about permitted use applications, that's where, as MPC heard last time, we've even had, 1-day turnarounds, right? You can get pretty quick with a permitted use permit. Not that I'm committing them to that, especially if Greg is watching.
Yeah.
But
He probably
permitted
is.
use permit is what brings our, I guess, the numbers better because we can turn them around quite quickly.
So this,
I'll make a motion that that we have administration in a timely manner bring something back. I understand the time constraints, but I think spring is in the air and we are going to see people move forward with it and maybe some proposals, some ideas come forward.
Well, we'll look at focusing on Botha and Erskine, and we'll see if we can get something back the second council meeting in February or at the latest, the first one in March.
And if we do have a realtor in the email that is willing to do this, we've sent it out in the past. We can only take the realtors to the trough to make them drink. If they don't, that's not our problem. If we have one that's willing to step up, I don't know if we need to, if there's some hurt feelings, let the realtors come to us. If somebody's willing to get their butt in gear and work with us, take them. I don't think we need to go out and ask and ask and ask. We've been begging these guys to deal it. Finally, somebody's coming to the table, take them up on the offer.
have we had somebody come to the,
That's the email that.
Yeah, I can forward the email to all of council. Yeah. We have had some realtors that we have worked with in the past that have, helped us in tight spots. So I would like to just put the word out there to all the locals, just to be fair.
If it's on MLS, they get an opportunity to sell it.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
I've been out there looked at, development and lately, have we got all, dirt off the back, or is it gone now? Or is it still there?
We have a stockpile site at the back of the stormwater
Yeah,
pond.
I know it's up behind the, it's, I call it mosquito pond, but it's, the water up there, it's behind there, is the boat cleaned up or not?
Well, I think we're waiting basically till we need it. It would probably go into a base of a road or road rejuvenation.
They do all quite a bit.
We do have topsoil there that anybody that builds is going to want access to that, to do some landscaping. But I don't know if anybody's drove through Erskine lately. But the new development that's going on, it's absolutely gorgeous. They're really doing a nice job on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The dirt pile is still there.
It's still there.
Oh, 100%.
And it's dirt, like, if it was all topsoil, I don't move it, we can sell it for a lot of dollars. There is a little topsoil there.
Well,
It would need to be screened.
they gained a bunch more
I know,
from the Erskine skating rink.
but we were gonna haul it in, like, build road, like the one road that we shortened up, and then we had to put it back, we can haul. But that's quite a haul for it,
Wait,
haul it anywhere to use it.
Right, so I'm sure
Expensive.
when Greg either runs out of the shop or he decides that he has a project that he wants it to go to, they'll move it. Right?
But my theory would be to get it off there as soon as you can, and, put grass on them back lots and maybe be more eye appealing when people come to that.
Councilor Gender?
But those lots are not surfaced, are they?
Nor can they be built on with a basement because of the old landfill there.
They can't be built on, we still haven't got the
So we don't have them subdivided and ready to be sold. They're just,
setback done yet. We're waiting on that.
So if the hills were kept clean, basically, there's a spot for kids to ride it. Okay, was there any other questions on that? We have a motion, call the question, all in favor? Carried. Into new business, 7.1, request for decision, community investment program application, page 14 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll let Lorraine speak to this one.
Good morning. Thanks, CEO. Yes, we've had a late application for the community investment program from the Stettler and District Music Festival due to the postal strike that occurred at the end of 2024. So they just missed January's council date. The community investment program, we have a yearly budget of $15,000 annually to support local events. We have two funding streams, the new investment and annual support, which share the budget allotment and the period deadline. At the January 2025 council meeting, council approved dispersing $7,500 of community investment program funding to 4 different organizations. Council may consider taking $500 of the funding from the annual support stream that is designated for the next round. For the annual round, leaving $2,000 to be distributed later this year. So the recommendation is either one for County of Stettler to fund the request of $500 as part of the Community Investment Program Annual Support Budget 2025, or fund this application from another source, or deny this request for funding.
Thank you, Maureen. Questions or comments from the board? Council, go ahead. Council Stewart.
The Stettler Music Festival is something that we've always funded. So when we split the streams, I think it was intended it would be funded through the new second stream that's for annual funding. So I have no problem of funding this one because we actually didn't fund any of these annual type events in that last round. So. And I remember one year we didn't actually, it was the other way around. We didn't spend all the money in the first round and money carried over into the second round. So this would be just in slightly reverse, but I think it would work to fund them. I would make a motion to fund the Stettler Music Festival.
Any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
Yep.
Thank you, Lorraine. 7.2, request for decision to re-award tender for the plow truck, page 20 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll let Greg speak to the next 3.
Thank you. Good morning, council.
Thank you very much. Is that working now? Thank you. Thank you, CEO Cassidy. Good morning, Council. Reeve Clark. Before you, we have the request for decision for the purchase of a dedicated plow truck for the County of Stettler. This was a capital item that was included in our recent budget for 2025. We had great conversations, lots of interest in submitting bids or tenders to this opening. As you can see on the page there, we have 3 tenders that submitted on separate truck items. In essence, the equipment for 2 of them, both New West Truck Center and Brandt Truck Rigging and Trailers, the equipment that would be supplied with those is very similar in the fact that the sandbox, they are both body unit, steel construction, high quality paint, etc. And the systems are built somewhat similarly. Both of these tender submissions are also used by provincial contractors, both MCON and Volker Stephen use the same style of plow trucks for provincial contracts on highway clearing, etc. The submission from New West Truck Center is a little more a custom build. They're specific in what they use. They use Monroe items. The sandbox is completely stainless steel. It's more of a specific sanding only. There's no dump door on the back of the box as there is with the other two items. The other two basically have, your swing open door, just like a regular gravel box. The stainless steel box is more of just, it's a hopper bottom box with no hopper door on the back for full clean out. Much very similar to the ones that we have currently in our trucks that we're operating at the moment. It does work well. However, there are some drawbacks to it when you do have some servicing and items like that you need to take care of. So
Questions? Counselor Gender?
You're saying that, okay, these slip in, that it's stainless steel, this just slip in box for the sand and salt then?
correct. The submission from New West Truck Center is a stainless steel slip-in style box. It does, excuse me, the model that was submitted with tender is basically the same style as the slip-in boxes that you receive. However, they've been modified to allow for frame mounting, so that you don't need to supply a box or a deck or something of that nature as well onto the truck with the box. So it's more of a all-in-one type item.
So this would only be utilized just for sanding in the wintertime?
Yeah, absolutely. The intention from operations is that these trucks that are purchased are specifically for snow and sanding use only. We wouldn't be doubling them up and using them in our graveling program or anything of that nature. What we see right now is we've previously, the operation utilized those trucks with slip-in sanders for gravel trucks as well. At the same time, what we're seeing is, we're having those trucks running, miling out quickly. Equipment is rusting as we're trying to keep them clean. But you get the extreme pitting and everything else from the use through graveling through the summertime, and then back to the sandbox in the wintertime. So they do seem to rust out, and they have items fail a little bit quicker, it seems.
So I'm just kind of wondering, so like the price difference between the New West and the Brandt, is it only due to, say, like the stainless steel box pricing on there?
From what I understood and what I could tell from the information that I got speaking with both, the difference is a large portion of it is the stainless steel portion of it, as well as the more customized setup of the overall system, where they pull the parts and they more do a custom build than a unibody build like you would get from a Tenco or a BCL style build.
I guess my point would be more to say, like, justify on, say, like, if you put on just a regular steel box, the length of time it's going to last compared to, say, like the stainless steel, whether the extra investment might be better off that route. That's my only question.
Yeah, I think what you look for more so is the fact that the stainless steel box itself may last. However, the cost that you're adding to it, the rest of your components surrounding the stainless steel box degrade and need replaced as well. So that's where you're seeing, you may still have the stainless steel box. However, the rest of the items that support the stainless steel box, the spreading, the conveyors, everything else, those items, the wiring, etc., tend to have the issues, much to what we're seeing with our current plow trucks that we have right now. They have the stainless steel box in them. However, we're seeing basically everything else surrounding that stainless steel box, including the truck, where they're getting a little rough for sure.
It's not really justifying it.
Not the added cost, no.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Stevens?
Firstly, I get a little head shy every time someone says heavily customized, because when we do need a repair, it's a heavily customized wait time to get that repair done too. So I get a little head shy about that. My question is the Viking sieves. What is the difference in capabilities with those two machines?
Basically, the two units that you're seeing there of Viking sieves, both there.
Yeah.
Submissions. Those two from Viking sieves, they're basically the same unit for the equipment that you're mounting on the trucks. The trucks are different. One is an international chassis and the other is a Freightliner chassis.
my question was capability or capacity comparing the Viking units versus the Brandt unit. And I realized the delivery time is a little bit out there on the Viking ones, but for $100,000 difference, I mean, our snow season is hopefully nearing an end. Could we limp through for another month? Have one of the cheaper models ready for next season? Would it match Public Works capacity and capabilities that they're after?
So both the units that would be supplied by Brandt and Viking are very similar, and they're exactly what we're looking for as to the utility and the purpose of what they're gonna, and the function of what they're gonna do. The larger difference I see in the two units more so leans towards the truck difference. There's a bit of a difference in the trucks. Brandt is offering a Mack truck. The Mack trucks, when you have a Mack truck, basically Mack stands behind every component. There's not a Mack truck with a Detroit engine or an Allison transmission. It's Mack truck, Mack engine, Mack transmission. So there is some support network there that bodes well. We do have Mack trucks in the fleet that we've worked with as well. So there's a difference between the level of the truck, basically, of what you're looking at from Mack to Freightliner or Mack to an International. So that being said, the equipment that's going to be mounted on the trucks, all very similar, all same purpose, a little bit different design featured, but they use a lot of the same components. The control systems are Rexroth control systems that you have mounted in cab, joystick, electronics, screens, much the same. What you're looking at the difference being is just mostly on a truck, also on warranty, and then again, delivery is a key component. Where we're sitting at right now, you look at a 45-week delivery upon approval. Our concern with the delivery time greater than stock or immediate delivery is the fact that we are working the two trucks that we have. They're working steadily this winter. And we have had moments where we've got one of them working well enough that the other one's getting fixed in the shop until that one can go out and then the other one's coming in. So there's been a bit of we've got one running, thank goodness we have two. So our concern is the fact that if we do run into any issues, we may have a little bit of a hiccup on our level of service in regards to what surfaces those trucks take care of. They do a lot of miles. We cover a lot of ground with those trucks. So losing one out of the mix does slow us down significantly when we start having that one truck travel from any distance of Erskine area all the way down to Bymore Indian area. We've got those surfaces that we're covering.
Yeah, that answers my council member.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a couple of questions. So there's a Freightliner, a Mack, and two Internationals. Is that what we're dealing with?
So the truck that New West Truck Center is a Freightliner, Brandt truck is the Mack, and then Viking submitted both a Freightliner and an International truck chassis.
Okay, International and a Freightliner. Correct. So, and what are we running right now?
So the trucks that we have right now are Kenworth trucks.
Okay.
One's a manual transmission, one's an automatic transmission. Basically now, from our staff at the shop, an automatic transmission makes the most sense in operating these trucks, saying that the advantage to the Mack truck with the 12-speed transmission over the Freightliner or International with a 6-speed transmission is the fact that you do get a lot better gear ratio and torque when you're dealing at slower speeds. And so when we're working through our hamlets and things like that with your heavier snow, your wet snow or things like that, or when you don't want to necessarily be operating a vehicle of that size or that nature at a greater speed, it does allow you that ability to have creeper gears so that you're moving slower through our hamlets and being able to do the job without having to have the RPMs kicked up and trying to lug it through.
Fair enough. So, and it just, what tweaks in my mind is We, a few years ago, were purchasing a plow truck, and we had found one that was a little bit better price, quicker delivery time, but the mounting of the plow became an issue. And I remember Mr. George just mentioning about how there was some issues with the chassis and the frame of that. And I just want to make sure that we haven't forgot our past and where we're at, and make sure that this is not something that's going to be, because I would sure hate to come back and buy the truck and then we get another extra bill saying, well, it doesn't mount very well, right?
And that is one of the great features of working with either a Viking Civs brand truck or even Northwest Truck Center, and the fact that they are using specific trucks that are built and sourced for that purpose alone. So they are built, they are rigged and ready for the mount features.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
It's basically a turnkey plow truck, so it comes right from front to back, front plow, as well as we did spec out the side plow on these trucks as well. Really for the fact that we see advantages in that, having it for better service when we do go down the roads. It allows for us to be able to plow that edge of that paved surface back a little bit further when we do our cleanup. So we don't have to go in later with a grader and then do it again, so.
So they do come with those.
Yeah.
I got one more, maybe a question and a comment. So from our conversation, it sounds like we're going to have to buy another one fairly soon.
Yeah, overall in our capital replacement plan, our purpose was this was an item that we felt was a priority that we needed to have this year. When we looked at purchases we need to make, a plow truck was one. We felt as though with the purchase of a new plow truck this year, we would be able to get through another year working with the two that we have and ensuring that we'd have adequate service and we'd be able to maintain it while we get to use this truck. And then anything that we feel that we learn from this truck that we might want to adjust or change for future ones going forward, we'd definitely be able to have that ability. But as on a priority level, it's interesting. These trucks, they make the miles and they cover the ground, and it sure does a good job when you have one that's dedicated and ready to roll.
So the comment I have, Mr. Chairman, is just that I lean to the, you're talking, it is almost $100,000 difference. Like that's, I can't help but feel that, yeah. My chore tractor does both things too. So I'm at that situation where sometimes it works in the field and sometimes it does the chores, right? Depending on the task at hand. So I can't help think that having a dedicated truck seems to me to be a little bit in excess. Operations does operations. I get where they're coming from, what their idea is. I'm not sure if I necessarily think that's the best, but I value their opinion and think that if that's what they think, I'll agree with them. Just hope we don't prove them wrong. So, because this is new to us, because we've never had a dedicated plow truck. So.
And basically what we are operating with right now or the last couple of years is dedicated plow trucks.
Right.
We haven't, for years, we haven't pulled the box sanders out of the trucks that we have, merely for the fact that those trucks, we need them operating in the winter, and adding kilometers to them through the summertime, hauling gravel or doing other work, was just basically taking us to the point where we may end up having an event that would not allow us to be able to utilize those in the winter as a plow truck. And that's a service that we definitely have to maintain in the wintertime with our paved surfaces.
And fair enough, that makes more sense to me now, if that's what we've been doing. It sounded like this was new. So the other one that I have is that just my comment, Mr. Chairman, is that with the $100,000, is it something that we should be, like, I don't know. I'm a little tight on it.
That's a good point, Councilor Gender.
On the framework of these trucks, are they all identical, double framed?
Yes, absolutely. The trucks, well, some not identical in the fact that, they all have their own features and designs as they are different brands of trucks, but they are all built, they're all heavy duty trucks. So all the frames and that are used in the construction of those trucks are built for the use as plow trucks, gravel trucks, etc. They're heavy duty use.
There are some trucks I've noticed that they only double frame them, say like about halfway up. And then there's others that are double framed right to the very front, of the plow.
And these trucks do come with additional structural frame in the front as well, bearing that the fact that they are carrying loads off the front of the vehicle with the plow. And so there is different features in the frames at the front as well. So.
I guess I'll just make comment, I'm more, I just like with Council Nyberg, like if you're comparing like identical trucks or trucks of the same capabilities, I kind of wondering about the extra $100,000.
So when we look at it, the equipment is comparable. The trucks, like I said, the Mack truck does boast a 12-speed transmission over the 6-speed that was found in the Freightliner or the International. So from a utility standpoint and longevity, we do definitely view a 12-speed transmission giving you the ability to work that truck and not stress those components as much when you're doing a slower speed through our hamlets or our surfaces like at the airport. When you're pushing great loads, the snow may be heavy, it may be wet, but you're not cruising at highway speed like some trucks are able to when they're traveling down provincial highways. They're able to get the speed and the momentum and use that to their advantage. Whereas in our hamlets, you're relying upon your gearing and your transmission to be able to give you the power that you need to be able to push it at a lower speed.
So that's where you're preferring the 12-speed.
That's where we do prefer the 12-speed, absolutely. Granted, those features bode well as well with the Mack. You are looking at a 450 horsepower engine. So pairing that with that 12-speed transmission, may afford us some efficiencies fuel-wise and things like that. A 525 horsepower engine paired with a 6-speed transmission, basically, are you now trying to afford more horsepower to give you the torque that you need to be able to go at that rate and burn more diesel? So it's kind of one of those, pick and pulls. There's lots of features, there's lots of angles. Which direction do you proceed with? So.
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah.
Well, I realize this comes with some risk.
Can I have one question before you make that? You're making a motion? Yeah. Okay, can I have one question?
Yes, and you have a question?
I have
For clarity.
well, yeah, I wouldn't mind throwing my piece out before, and then
Okay, we'll go.
So just one final question. And you may not know this offhand, but what's the possibility of getting a very similar unit from any one of these 4 operators? So i.e., year from now, we go back to these guys. None of these are a blowout model that is the end of the model years, and they're going to come out with a new model year next year. If we're going to do it, I think we should have the WestJet theme of have one oil filter for 6 trucks, and then we're not carrying 6 different, and the mechanics aren't looking at six different undercarriages every time. So.
no, absolutely. Like I mentioned, we have Mack trucks in the fleet. We have Freightliner trucks in the fleet. So our mechanics are familiar with both. Working with both Viking and Brandt, those are units like the equipment wise that's going onto those trucks that's basically standard and industry leading. So it's what they're moving forward with as an industry as a whole. A lot of what you see in their specs is basically they name an Alberta spec. So the lighting and the checkerboard on the back is Alberta spec lighting checkerboard, and that's how they put it. And it's the overall spec that is required for provincial highways, et cetera, on that unit. So a lot of what they do is basically industry spec for provincial use, guaranteed in Alberta kind of a deal. So going forward, we won't see I don't think that you will see a whole lot of change as well. That's why I do like the Rexroth software that they're using and basically joystick and controls. Industry standard, they're using a lot of that. It's across the board, so any support features or anything like that is going to be readily available.
Okay,
Fair enough. Thanks.
Council Stover?
Yeah, I do like and see the value in waiting for the cheaper model, but if that cheaper model could be delivered, guaranteed delivered before our next snow season, but with a 10-month, at least a 10-month delivery, and it's not ordered yet, and we all know delays are possible, it's quite possible the Viking units will not arrive till midwinter next year, and that concerns me a little bit.
We're not getting any snow. There is a possibility, and I mean, just as Councillor Nyberg stated, we're not going to get any snow next fall. There's a possibility. There's a possibility that, you know, Councillor Stevens' statement that we're on the way out of winter, that it may be just we're entering into the worst part as well, as we've all seen that we get heavy wet snows through March and April, and I pray that we do. We might be into that point where we are going to be working some of these units significantly in order to maintain our services and the level of service that we have. So,
You have a real problem now, being a farmer, you want moisture, and in public works, you don't want it. I get it.
I will never say no to moisture.
Councilor Grover? I think these here, most of these that are on this bid are gonna be, could be way after the snow's gone, so we should pick out the best one for the most reasonable. I sort of agree with keeping same type of truck here, because we had, what was it, had to go to Red here to get any service work for with Illinois. And you gotta watch that. Where the Max or the Tradeliners, you can do it.
We are finding, I mean, and by all means, trucks that we're working on out at the operations shop, we do see a lot more of the brand name integration of technology. So there are things that we are running into without paying for specific software for a specific brand. You aren't able to get into that and mitigate some of the issues that they have. Overall, with what we've got for trucks out there, we've had no issues. We're working well with it anyways.
I just before it goes to Councillor Stevens, my concern is the $100,000. Like when you look at a percentage basis, that's a very large percentage difference. If you know, at 12 feet speed versus 6 speed, but you look at gear ratios versus horsepower, if they say they can do it, it should possibly be there. And in some cases with that ice we've had, it might be a little better to have to lug them a little bit instead of having that instant power. But it still comes down to $100,000 difference. And if we could get a firm commitment on a purchase or on a delivery, and if, you know, we don't maybe have a lot of internationals, but if we have the Freightliners and it matches with what we have, other trucks we have in our fleet, I think it might possibly be the time we do it, or we better be looking right now for what next year's order has to be so that we're ahead of that game, because 100,000 is 100,000 on our budget. Councillor Stevens?
First question, I do believe that this integration and matching what we have makes sense. So which one is the freight and which one is the international? Because we don't run any internationals, correct?
Yeah, we have one international truck that we use on the trailer, like on the equipment hauling trailer, the lowboy. So in your tenders there, the Viking Civs, at $37,000 or $375,923 is the Freightliner offering.
It's not without risk, but I think even the immediately available one, by the time we get it purchased, picked up, insured and geared up, we're still a minimum a week away. I think we are. I mean, we will get another snowfall. I have no doubts about that, but for 20% difference in cost, I'm willing to take that risk, and we have a fifth of the way of our next purchase already in the bank. It's kind of how I'm looking at it. So I will make the motion that we approve the purchase of the Viking Civs and the lower of the delivery rates, which is 39-week delivery for a cost of $375.94.
And what truck is that then?
Yeah, so just to be clear, if I may, Mr. Chairman, the Freightliner offering from Viking will be the 45-week delivery at $375,923. Was in second under
Oh, okay.
$370,594 tender from Viking is the international model at a 39-week delivery.
So your preference, Public Works preference is the freight, given the two choice? Because the $5,000 price difference, I think that makes sense to match the fleet, but I'm not sure if the $100,000 does.
If it was, I guess from operations standpoint, like I said, we've got Freightliners in the fleet that we've serviced and worked with before. If there was going to be a question of between a Freightliner and international, I believe they both can do the job. However, there is familiarity with the Freightliner.
Okay, I will amend my motion for the Freightliner at 375.
So you're going with the longer delivery date.
Number 3 on the list.
And what's the bottom one again? It's a, what train?
International.
And the top one's a Freightliner.
So basically, yeah, the Freightliner that's on offer for both the Viking Civs with the 45-week delivery and the Freightliner from New West Truck Center is the exact same truck. Fundamentally, it's the same truck, both ways.
Councilor Tender?
I'm just kind of wondering whether we can go back to Viking and request to see whether they can tighten up the schedule.
Well, the ability to, if we were going to grant them that, I mean, that would be a question we definitely can have in a conversation with them. However, I don't imagine that necessarily they build a lot of trucks, so I'm pretty certain that they are quite aware of what their delivery timelines are from their vendors and how they can roll them over. I would be surprised if I see a bit of a cutback in the amount of time that it would be that they would supply to us. There's been a large ordering of plow trucks this year in Alberta. It seems like there's been quite a few going through the system. So, yeah.
I'm just kind of wondering, are you going to entice them, say, okay, we put half down and you speed it up until you know snow
In the
stuff?
contract, yeah, in the contract, there's a deposit required. It'd merely be, is there any chance that you can move one through quicker? However, I understand that they're probably working on a system where they're receiving orders every day. And so, I mean, they're probably working on a first come, first serve, and there's maybe some buyers that are a little bit bigger than we are in pockets that they want to make sure that they keep happy. It's hard to say.
That's great.
Councilor Stolberg?
Yeah, well, I think 45 weeks is awful close to 52, especially when you consider it hasn't been ordered yet. And they'll never put down a longer delivery period than they're comfortable with. Sometimes they'll put down a shorter one and then just say, oh, sorry, it'll be another week or two. So to me, it's going to put us into late 2026 before we get not late 2026, late winter of 2026. So I'm still a little uncomfortable for waiting for a whole year for that one.
Lots of discussion. We've got a motion on the table. I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councilor Nyberg and Stolberg opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
7.3, request for decision award tender for lawnmower, page 22 of the package.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, so we put out tenders for new parks mower units. We have been working with units that we, through the past few years, have identified that they don't necessarily suit the application. That's what we're working with. So we were looking to see, and we put out there some information on ones that would be better suited for the amount of area and the terrain that we're covering in our parks mowing program. So we received tenders from, just reading here myself, 6 tenders were received for units. We were very specific in some of our specifications that we were looking for, in the fact that we were wanting to satisfy some of our health and safety concerns that we had with our mowers and our parks team when they were out taking care of the areas that we do mow in our county. So specifically, it was asked that the documentation be presented to support that the mower would be able to operate on a terrain greater than 20%. We had one vendor specifically give us information that stated that their mower would be able to operate on a slope up to 25%. Otherwise, we had verbal approvals that their mowers could operate on a slope of 20%. However, they were never able to give us information or documents that supported that fact. We do see slopes in the county of Stettler and our parks mowing programs that we're mowing that are anywhere from 15 to 25%. So we were looking to see if we could find a unit that would match that ability and that slope so that we could take care of those safely, and the operators would be able to do that with a piece of equipment that matched what we were working towards. So saying that, it was the offer from Blades Power Equipment that that did satisfy that requirement of a slope. It also comes with a slope meter that shows directly to the operator at what slope they're operating on, so that they can basically divert if they feel as though they're getting into an area where they start getting into the yellow, that they will be able to move away from that then, and we can mark those areas and then maintain them by other means.
I just have a question though. Your fleet is a lot bigger than two, so your other mowers would still meet what you need.
So the other mowers that we have currently, one mower that we have is a diesel mower. One of the diesel mowers does have the DEF component to it, and we are having it in the shop on almost through the season. It was on a weekly basis, trying to deal with regens and some issues with it. So that would be a mower that we'd be looking to remove from the group, as well as another mower, one of the older mowers that we've been utilizing in the group as well. We have been operating with two mowers in the fleet to cover our parks mowing. So those two mowers would be removed from the fleet, and the two mowers that would be brought in would be the lead mowers on the group.
Councillor Nyberg and then Councillor Stevens.
So this one really tests my resolve on this one, because I understand that staff safety is an utmost important, and I 100% agree with that. I do, however, get this one back to the level of service. We are spending, we're almost spending as much on two mowers as we do for a plow truck.
That's a bit of an exaggeration.
Well, the difference in the plow truck would have been there for sure. But I'll tell you, I just cannot have, I'm having a tough time with this. Personally, if I don't have the equipment to do the job, then I guess the job doesn't get done. Is this a level of service that we need to mow some of these steep ditches? Maybe it's a case that we just don't mow them. Either that or we change them. Like, I can't understand why, like, yeah, I have a really hard time with this one, because it gets to the level of service. Yes, we have a beautiful county that we live in. Yes, we have really high ditches and steep ditches, but maybe they just don't get mowed. Maybe they just stay with the opportunity to grow some grass.
If I can jump in before you answer
Oh, the
that.
late guy. Yeah.
My line of thinking was actually along the same lines.
Oh,
I just wanted to know how many spots, like how prevalent is this above 20 degrees? Because if we're talking about 6 small areas, then
On average, well, and it's not just 20 degrees. We place 20 degrees as a means of a medium to what we've been, anything up to 25%. Zero turn mowers, maximum rate slope is set around 15. So if we were to go to a what we're currently operating for zero turn mowers. And if we set the bar at 15 degrees as our max, then we have a lot of areas throughout the county of Stettler that we are working with that are greater than a 15 degree.
Even the ditches.
Yeah.
At the shop, are dangerous for the mowers we have to be down there. And, Hamlet's, Gadsby's one that, those ditches are very steep and, if we don't mow them, then we get a lot of requests to mow them, a lot of complaints, same with,
Blymore, coming into Blymore, she's pretty steep.
yeah, and we've seen other municipalities lose summer staff to lawnmowers being rolled. We've rolled a couple ourselves and been awfully lucky that we haven't had any serious injuries. It's just coming down to, how come you can't work alone anymore? How come you can't do this? How come you can't do that? It's just the safety of your workers, that the demands have just increased, and we've got to start to meet them.
I mean, Mr. Chairman, the tender for the mowers that came in with blades were also decked right out. We had put in, because we were wanting to see, we wanted a canopy over the, if it was offered, we wanted to know what the canopy would cost, or we wanted to know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Blades met all of our pricing lists, and what they did is they put them in. So basically, if we'd asked if it was available, they put it on and they priced it into the mower. A base mower, basically, it resolves a little, but a base unit mower that we could pull out and start running with would be roughly around $39,000 per unit. So, it does reduce that cost a little bit. Their tender that they submitted, they did list on their tender all the bells and whistles that, we thought, well, is that an option? Is that an option? With that word, they listed them all in. So there is a bit of a difference. However, those options are things that I feel are somewhat warranted in the fact that it doesn't hurt to have a canopy over an operator during the day when they're sitting on a lawnmower for 8 hours or so. So that's just another piece of information for you to know as well. Out of all the units that were submitted, the only one that also we did look at for stability was a tracked unit. We had also brought to council a unit that had boasted great stability in slopes and whatnot for you to look at the one day that the dealer dropped it off just for a viewing. Didn't suit. It really didn't. It wouldn't match our requirement for where we're going and the terrain that we're traveling on. The blades equipment mower that was submitted has rear tracks on the back of it, so they're wider, gives it a better stance, stability. So it does warrant that the design that the features that they've put into their mower does support the idea that they are able to travel on a greater slope safely.
Question on reliability and repairs. Did you talk to anybody that's had them? Like is that the make blades?
So no, that's the vendor. The make is a Voltar or Voltex, sorry. Basically the components that they're utilizing are all brand name components. It's Kawasaki engine, gas engine. The pumps are brand. So those are all items that we can source and are readily available for repair if required to be replaced. And basically all units are much the same way. I did see between the blades submission as well as the Bobcat submission, they're both utilizing a Kawasaki gas engine, the exact same thing. So a lot of those components are matching in that regard.
Any other questions? Councilor Gender?
There doesn't seem like there's any advantage of whether we buy multiples of them. They're just doubled up on the pricing on it. With the one, I guess I'm leaning more towards, okay, if we do require one, I wouldn't mind going Silica along that line. And then one of the others, because when you send out two of them, one can do the steeper slopes. And on these slopes, when they become, say, like this one, we're going to be over, say, like the 15 degrees, do they automatically shut the mower off?
But these units, no, but the no mower has an automatic shut off for a degree slope rating. Basically, like the mower that was submitted for as operations choice comes with, like I said, it comes with a slope meter mounted directly in front of the operator. So as the operator is going through the day, they witness and they see what they're operating on. And if at any point in time that gauge gets into the yellow or whatnot, the operator then can then turn down the slope and go back and not attempt to mow that area. But no, there is no automatic shutoffs available on any of the mowers that were submitted.
Like, the problem I see with that, someone will say, okay, I've accomplished that slope. They'll look at another slope and it could be a little steeper. I would just soon say, like, if there was an option, say, like, being able to automatically shut it off would be great. Because there could be some slopes of where they have felt very comfortable on before. Also, there could have been a badger pull in there and change that contour of the slope. So like for safety wise, we haven't really gained anything.
No, mostly what we're looking to try to achieve is it's better stability in our mower that we're offering for our employees to utilize, and then education as well. We have to make sure that the employees understand that even though it looks like it's been mowed for years, if we get into an unsafe situation, we need to retreat from that and look at other means for maintaining that portion.
Like myself, I'll be tending to lean to like one of those and then one of a different brand, so that to try and keep the cost down a little bit. Thanks, Greg.
Just a question on meters though, is like even our existing mowers, the one that cuts around here and stuff, is there opportunity to put one of those meters?
We could source potentially an aftermarket meter that could go onto that.
Just so for operator awareness for their safety. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Any recommendations then?
We have a recommendation.
Yeah, I'll make the motion for staff recommendation.
So if I could, and as Andrew just brought up a point of having 1 and 1, right? Is it possible that we could, I mean, honestly, I have a hard time with this one. I understand where we're coming from. I get what this is a necessary need, but is an opportunity that we could buy one of these? This is new unit too, right? I mean, anytime you got something on tracks, I just see the maintenance of this thing just being a nightmare.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, just to speak towards Councilor Nyberg's concern about maintenance and being new and stuff. This model isn't new necessarily to North America. It's recently been brought into central Alberta, but it has been for probably a good 15 years in use in the States. They originate out of Minnesota. So that's where they've been basically centralized and featured out of. It's more Eastern United States, Eastern Canada. This is a new group that's decided to bring these up into Alberta.
Councilor Gender?
So like, I'm just kind of wondering, Greg, on, say like if there were to split them up out of the other 5, would there be a preference that you would look at, say like purchasing as a second unit?
I think if we were to be working through them,
The other one that I felt as though was a strong second was the 7100 series model, or the 7000 series model Bobcat out of Red Deer. I felt as though it was a strong unit, built well, and had the service and dealership behind it as well for those items that I was check marking.
That would be a cost of say like $19,000 versus say $47,000.
correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion on the table.
Vote on that if it fails.
Yeah.
Just before we vote, I think for efficiencies, sometimes it's better to have the 2 units the same that can handle the slopes, because I can envision sending 2 mowers to the lake, and if one is always skipping areas and the other one has to go back and pick them up, it's going to take a lot longer that way.
If I may, Reeve Clark, there is weight to Councillor Stuber's last statement. These units are traveling in tandem, and these mowing groups are working their way through the county. If they are in an area that suits the one more than the other, and the one mower is complete and finished, and the other one is, then we've got operators waiting and downtime. So, I mean, there are efficiencies to having the ability to basically move in, take care of business, and then load up and move to the next location.
And you did state that all the options you asked for were required and it would only save up to $20,000.
Correct.
Do we typically send 2 mowers at a time or 3, or what do we typically send?
Typically, they operate in tandem. They roll out, and there's 2 mowers and 2 groups of weed grass trimmers that are with them as well to cover through the areas.
Do we have to get a different trailer if we buy these?
These dimensionally wise will fit on the trailer that we've got. No, they're asking for trailers.
Asking for a friend. The repairs. I think they're my friends still. Mr. Chairman, I am really struggling with this one because it makes sense, but the fact that it's new and the fact that it's so expensive really makes me, I want to dip my toe in the water, but I don't know if I want to dive in head first.
It's every year that we go through budget and we fight like hell in order to try and keep the percentages down on the increase on the taxes. So I've got to justify my response back to what we really fight here in order to keep our prices down.
Mr. Chairman, I guess if we look at as value invested over dollars, if and granted, would the hours be reduced, the mowing hours be reduced if we did an overhaul and basically put a maximum 12-degree slope only? Absolutely. Would we hear from it? Absolutely. So, I mean, the mowing crew, the parks mowing crew that we're operating with is maintaining a level of service that they feel that they're confident in doing, that they are proud doing, and the hours that are put on these units are significant. So cost value over, if they last, absolutely. If you're having troubles or you're going to reduce the amount of mowing that you're going to do, then absolutely.
And I think that's where we as counselors have to, that becomes our biggest stipulation of go forward is, when you're talking about this, it is level of service. And when whoever phones and makes the concern to the counselor that the fact that this piece isn't being mowed and that piece isn't being mowed, I mean, yeah, we can mow it. We could weed eat it. We could do a number of things, but it comes at a cost of doing business. I think we have to realize that you may get more complaints if we raise taxes by 10% than whether we mowed 10% less of our land base. There are portions of our ratepayers that don't think we should be mowing anything. It's an anti-green sentiment to mow grass on a regular basis, right?
Also fire control.
Yeah, no,
You do not have any hamlets in your area, by the way, either, so
100%
complaints won't be coming to you.
It even makes that a little bit more for me. Carlisle Estate.
Just to follow up, if I may, please, Mr. Chairman. And at the same point, when we're looking at strategic planning with council, was how do we attract more people into our county? We're looking at multi-lot subdivisions, or we're looking at acreage areas. We're looking at those types of units. I honestly don't believe we're going to see a reduction of parks mowed areas. We do have other, potential future occurrences that may increase our parks mowing, where we're going to end up seeing, the actual increased amounts of ground that we need to cover in a given year to maintain a level of service and for a large number of ratepayers in the county of Stettler. So unfortunately, I don't see that a mass reduction in what we mow is going to be the answer. I think it's the approaches, the efficiency, and the ability to take care of it in a timely manner, as well as weighing that out with the safety of our employees.
And just to reply to that is that we did have the conversation very strongly at strategic plan about a level of service. That is where what we're talking about. Budget runs into level of service on a regular basis. It's our biggest problem as a counselor is running into, sure, I would love to give my ratepayers everything and all of it, but on the backside of that, somebody's got to pay for this.
Councilor Stevenson?
Quick question down Ernie's line of thinking. If the majority decided to go with one of these more capable units, would the second one need to be replaced imminently? I know you had some concerns about the one not staying running regularly. Do both need to be replaced?
Yeah, the concern on the one was the downtime, the amount of downtime that we were having with that unit, which then reduced the ability for us to get through the rotation in a timely manner. So that was kind of a key concern for us, as well as it is coming off a warranty. So we were even more concerned that we were going to be investing a lot of money into it to keep it moving going forward. The other mower unit definitely is on a rotational basis where it would be about the hour minute where it's needing to be rolled out.
And my line of thinking was just if we were to buy one of the more expensive capable units, could we hold off a year, see how it goes, and hey, no, this is the machine for us. We could replace the second one next year. It's kind of, but it sounds like both machines are due to be replaced. Is that the impression I'm getting?
Operations stand is that we would have 2 new units in operation for this mowing season, merely for the fact that we need to be efficient. We need to take care of the areas that we're covering.
CA Cassidy, you did have your hand up, I think, Cassidy twice.
Well, just to back up on what Councillor Nyberg said, I mean, as this RFD sits, this is a reflection of the level of service that council has told staff they want. Deep ditches, you've got one in your area.
What?
Yeah, Carlisle Estates.
You could use a sideboard for
Throw a
that.
lawnmower in there, yeah. We also use these lawnmowers for weed control, where we have areas at the lake where we can't spray. So we use them to combat weeds. We also use them on our sewer lagoons to keep the grass so that the lagoons flow properly. So they get a lot of use.
Are they billed out that way then? Like if they're doing the sewer lagoons, is it put back to the sewer
So
lagoon?
then you just have money
It's money going
from
from another, but
one
at least
to another.
on the books, it shows why you have,
We could cost it, yeah.
That's a really,
it justifies that unit.
no, but it also validates the point of when we're talking about level of service and who gets to pay. We talked about it, that the service fee for sewer service in the county of Stettler, that's a cost that needs to look at going up.
I mean, I think if you look at purchasing one, I think you probably need to look at getting a second mower so they have something that's reliable and keep going. I mean, that's our number one complaint in the summertime is mowing, either in the hamlets or in the lake area. Number 2, roadside mowing. Right?
Roads in the winter, snow in the winter and grass in the summer.
If I may, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if it helps at all, we can outfit these with brushes and blades as well.
Just throwing it out there.
Well, I see on the internet now you can get one of those drones and we could just have the kids sitting there playing the drone and doing the mowing like that. Nobody sits on a lawnmower and is doing all the mowing.
Actually,
They could drink beer. Maybe not. No.
it is one that we did have,
Drone and you won't have to go back.
we did have someone actually contact us and forward us information on a remote controlled mowing unit, where basically your operator stands down at a distance and just like with a picker truck or anything else, sits there with the joysticks on control and operates it that way. However, we did feel that that was rather extravagant and a little expensive. So understandably, so we are moving, these are expensive units. However, I guess just to add one more log on the conversation fire, as we stated before, you know, familiarity is a big thing. And when our operators are moving from one unit to another, or our service mechanics in the shop are working from one unit to another, familiarity does allow for some ability for ease of use and serviceability.
Grover?
I realize they pay good money taxes, but I, so do my people, and then we get thrown screwed up once a year with, so I can't, good, buy two of them, let alone one. $50,000 more. Right.
As well, Mr. Chairman, some of our research also went into replacement of current mowers that we have. So a replacement diesel mower that would come in basically with some of the same features is going to be bumping a little over that $35,000 mark as well with a diesel motor.
These mowers, do they have cabs on them?
These mowers come with a canopy.
The canopy?
Yes, they have the rollover protection as well as then a canopy mounted onto them. The rest of the mowers, there was, I believe, there was only one more of the mowers that issued that would come with potentially a canopy that was an aftermarket canopy that could be put on.
I'm just gonna wonder whether you wanna check out.
See like what a cab is worth on them. It's like I have one with a cab on it, and it's amazing, like the type of weather that you can go out, whether it's mosquitoes, cold, that sort of thing, just to make a little bit more comfort. Just a suggestion, Jeff. Greg.
We felt as though that was something that our operators, they were quite capable and satisfied if there was a canopy just to get.
They are great.
We did have issues last year with bees and wasps, but we feel as though we've got that covered now.
Suggestion.
We have a motion on the table. Councillor.
Closing comment, call the vote. It's just for, in my estimation, I can't put a price on staff safety because I don't want someone's kid killed in our watch. So that's why I'm going, Aaron, maybe on the side of caution, but going for the most safe unit.
That actually is my thoughts too, for having a four-wheel drive mower and cutting ditches, that you do have that angle control. It's a seat switch that tells you when you're too steep. And it's just every year we cut more and more with it, and to keep everything looking quite the way that my groundskeeper wants to keep things looking around there. So yeah, I don't want kids killed either.
And I know in my own personal farm, my old mower, I was cutting my driveway and you had to sit high on that seat, and every once in a while it was slippery and I was going to the other end and then the wheel would come off, and now I got a way better mower, and boy, it's way safer. So.
If you were sliding that much, were you wearing your provided seatbelt?
It was not, because it wasn't provided.
I got one.
Grover. Councillor Grover.
I was told it never rained out by Indiana.
You're told wrong.
Okay.
Oh, well, once Mr. Margaret gets back, I guess you can call your vote, but otherwise.
Okay, we'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? You're in favor? Okay, so that's, what did we have in favor?
Yeah, it's rained.
1, 2, 3, 4. So carried. Councillor Gender, Councillor Grover, and Councillor Stevens was for. Okay.
Yeah.
You thought, Brad, you just wait until this next one now.
Oh, we're good.
We did talk about a quicken camera before lunch. We're at 25 teams.
I don't know, is this one gonna be long?
I think it might be.
Yeah, this one's gonna be long. A lot of questions.
Listen to James.
I'll be honest, I have a lot of questions on this one. And maybe you guys give us too much information sometimes. I'm gonna give you a motion to go into camera, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll be going into camera prior to.
Section 24, advice from officials.
Did you hear that section? Okay. And we'll be breaking for lunch, coming out of camera, breaking for lunch, and then coming back to meeting. So, thank you very much for coming in. And okay, motion to go in camera. Call the question. All in favor?
Who's going to make the motion?
Councillor James. Councillor. at
Only a few things.
1:08. What time is it?
1:08 PM.
Hey. We have a delegation here, Keith Wilson from Bard WRV Resort Development. And Keith will give you 15 minutes to talk if you'd like, and then we can have some questions. Is that turned on?
Test. Yeah. I'm not as long-winded as my brother, so I think I can do that. So I just everybody understood we had a pretty good year. We got a lot done, probably surprised a lot of people. So I think it turned out positive. I didn't hear too many complaints from residents or neighbors other than maybe one. But if anybody has any comments, I'd like to talk about, I guess we had some problems with the water hookup and a little bit substantial bill that I don't think was our fault, our problem. And I guess I'd like to talk about dust control. So I have a little understanding next year what's going to go on there. And if you want to start with, I'm not sure how you do this, if you go back and forth, or I just say all my thoughts.
I think just if you've got your thoughts in order, say them, and then we'll open it up for council.
Okay. So I guess that's two. The third one is I'd like to understand a little bit more about getting some exemption. Gravel's ridiculous in this neck of the woods. I need some more gravel to finish my boat parking and whatnot with my development permit. And Vivette's had some ideas to help us out this winter. So I'd like to try to nail that down. And that's probably my three major issues. We had some we had to put a sign up directing traffic. I need to figure a little bit more about that. The government never got their signs up, so Craig put up a sign. We did have a lot of back and forth people from White Sands and Roshan Sands that I don't think was all the onus on my people. So I guess those are kind of four issues that I wanted to talk.
Okay, well, you've got back more data on them then? So you brought the four issues forward, or?
Those are my four issues, yes. So.
Give us the first one.
Okay, well, I guess if we want to talk about the water hookup, I guess that I worked quite with Andrew with that. We did have some issues as far as the first one went well. And then they found the water line at 22.5 feet deep, which was not, I don't think, our fault. Action did a great job. They got it done, but it probably took 3 times as long as it should have. And hence I got a surprise on my bill, and it should have gone as clean as the first one. So I don't know why it was down there, but I think the county should have had a little more insight on where it was going to be. Maybe something got missed with back staff. I don't know, but I guess that's kind of was a surprise and something I want to discuss first.
So just if I can, Mr. Chair, unfortunately, you as a developer, and we will call you the developer in this situation, this is where we get a little gun shy, because that was actually put in by a developer. And so we took that over from a developer, and the as-built were not what they say they are. So hence, when the county gets very gun shy with dealing with developers, you can see, I hope, that we may have some a little less than agreeable situations go forward that gets us even more gun shy. So we're not saying that it's anybody's fault. We're trying to explain to you what happened in that situation. So the as-built say one thing, developer does another thing, and then we end up taking the grief on these. So in that sense, when we're a little hard on developers, you can see it's past performance that may have caused us some grief.
So we would have been tied into the developer's line, not his spur or your. Okay.
It's our line now. The developer did a development that maybe didn't go as well as planned out there, and we ended up taking over that situation. So it became a problem.
After the water lines had been put in, there was still further work to be done, but.
So we took over the infrastructure from them.
Okay,
and wasn't the plan eventually, or really.
That main line coming from the pumping station wasn't yours, then you're saying the developer had to do all that, and then I figured that we were on your line not his line.
We are.
It is our line now.
Okay.
Through a series of unfortunate events, we ended up taking over some stuff.
That happens.
Yes. So just to explain our situation and our background to them.
But you would have still been monitoring the development, so to speak, right?
Not so much. That's where we learned some lessons.
Okay.
So hence you get to be the next developer we're dealing with.
Anyway, Justin has a comment.
A question, was it clear that this was an estimated cost or were you under the impression that this was a lump sum fee as opposed to an estimate? I just want to better understand.
I guess there was a lot of confusion because initially there was going to be 3 vaults for 96,000. And then when they figured out, no, we only needed 2. And then it still was pretty much the same money. So I guess yeah, I'm just a little shocked that it still was like, I was thinking it'd be 60 when we went only from 3 to 2 vaults, and then it's still stuck at right around the 100. So I guess I thought we had an understanding on the price, and so, but I guess you'd have to ask Andrew.
So what did you think the price should be?
Well, I thought we agreed we were going to be right on the 100,000.
Okay. And what was the price? Total bill to you?
What was it, Andrew? 129-ish?
118, I believe.
As the pavement went up because of the size of the hole, it was supposed to be 2,000. It went to 9,000.
It was always supposed to be 10,000.
Well, the patch.
Yeah.
Patch was 2, and then I got billed 9.
That was
It was Stantec that was supposed to be 10.
no, Stantec as well. Stantec was 10,100. And then so we gave you the $96,000 quote order from Action. And at that point we said, we are estimating another $10,000 for gravel pavement and other stuff.
Because I was gonna bring my guys in, and in your office you and Craig and I had that meeting. We got JT to give you a quote, and he gave you a quote of 2,000 on the pavement.
That's why
I said, we'll do your guys. It's not worth bringing my guys in for $2,000.
Yeah, that's definitely not how we wrote that.
That's how I totally understood it. So you'd say that doesn't make any sense because you'd say we'd be under budget then.
It shouldn't be debated here.
Well, we're the delegate, have clarity.
Yeah.
It's not a public hearing.
Yeah, that's where we had, of the things we had, you give us written confirmation of, those are the numbers.
Do I misunderstood or disagree? Yeah.
Yeah.
So either way, we're about $118,000 out.
Wasn't the final bill 129? Well, anyway, I'm saying it was 129. I was thinking it was going to be 100. So I guess I'm thinking we're 29.
Final bill, Andrew.
Let me just pull it up. So, and Keith, this is from the email I sent, what's that one? Just before Christmas. So yeah, with the engineering water line installation, well, all in, it was 135,690. And we had budgeted 116,900. So that's an overrun of 18,790.
There was project, like this price was agreed to with this tie-in. But there was, this is a totally different way that water was going to be put to this location because you now have a pressurized system. You don't have to have reservoirs on your site. You don't have to have pumps on your site. So you do have a full pressurized system coming to your RV resort, don't you?
I have kind of. One of my vaults is on Shirley. So sometimes it may not be pressurized, but the one coming from you should be 100%. Yes.
Or is it a common system though?
I have 2 vaults separate.
They are interconnected on your site, right?
On my site, they can be, yes.
Yeah. So so one should take over from the other if there's a failure. That's how it was designed.
So just so I understand this clearly, Mr. Chairman, if I can. So basically, we're saying that there's $135,000 owing. Is that what you're saying, Andrew?
No, that's just the total. Bardell, you did have to pay some upfront fees. So what's left owing on the water portion, I believe it's about 80,000.
80?
Yeah, but of that, it's that 18,790 that I believe is
A little less than 10% is what I'm saying, right? Is over.
Oh, yeah.
So, and I don't know if this is something that, I understand where you're coming from, Keith, at 100% on this. And I mean, it is an estimate. I
guess it would have been a real good estimate if both lines would have been where they were supposed to be.
Right.
And I'm not,
Unfortunately, that's the problem with estimates. They sometimes are not always that's why they're an estimate, is because of that. So, now we do have an option for you if you're so inclined. And I think, I'll throw that out there. If you wanted to put that over a debenture, over anybody that hooks up to a water line with us, we do that for them. So that might be a possibility to help offset what goes on. Of course, it's paid over, what do we typically? 15 years. There would be an interest payment with that, of course, but it's dealt with you, and then you can do it on what do we do, on a monthly basis or?
Yearly, annually.
Annual
Send
basis.
bills out during-
I don't know if that helps you at all.
I guess till I understood it and saw it on paper, I'm not.
Yeah, no, it's an offer that I would say that you could possibly look at. And I understand that cost overrun. From my side of business, I understand 100% when I say that it's going to be X amount of dollars, I want it to be there. It happens sometimes that it doesn't always work out the way we want. We don't know that it was 22 feet. You didn't know that it was 22 feet. Somebody out there knew, it just wasn't either one of us. Just an option, so.
Well, I'd be interested in.
Exploring it more, and you can talk to administration about that.
That's. So you're saying the number's written in stone, time is the only thing I'm gonna be offered?
Well, estimate quotes are kind of two different things. But when you look back to the whole agreement, when we take, through the county of Stettler, when you take takeoffs off of the water lines, it's like per unit. Would we deem them as units or tie-in or how?
Yeah, I mean, we use different terminology all the time, but each typical connection is 1 gallon a minute. And then where people have required a greater capacity than that, we have made them pay that hookup fee multiple times, we equate to $15,000 per gallon per minute, up until council recently changed that price to 20,000. But at the material time, it's 15,000.
So how many gallons a minute are they getting?
We designed the system to ensure that they could get at least 14 gallons a minute average. But the system is actually built out so that they can hit their peak hourly as well, which gets up quite high, I think around the 70 gallon per minute mark.
So at the $20,000 rate, how many connections would that be equivalent to? Or $20,000 rate, how many connections roughly?
I don't think it's fair to use the $20,000 connection fee because at the time, the connection fee was like 15. So at their average, ignoring the peak, their average 14 gallons a minute at 15 grand per connection fee, it would be 210,000. If we used our conventional connection fee. And to give you a comparison, we charged a pork farm $180,000 not that long ago based on this fee. So when you're looking at it, what we've done for other people, you're getting a bit of a deal compared to the conventional billing system.
With that pork farm though too, just to be clear, it's pumped into a reservoir at 0 PSI. Yeah, they have filter systems, they have pumps and everything, they pay the electrical bill to pressurize and supply too. So, but that was in order for them to have what they felt their peak capacity was. That was the amount of units that were charged to that.
And I think we're tasked at the council table to try and be fair and equitable for everybody. And I found out early on in being a counselor that word is not always the same on either side of the fence wherever you are. So if you try to be that way, and I think we try to be fair at this one and equitable to everybody else in the county still, there would be, it is a tough one for us, just so I hope I can understand.
Okay, I'll move on to dust control. I'd like to understand that a little bit better. I've got one farmer and 4 miles. I've got a road in front of me that's 30 kilometers. Nobody can use. So I don't know. I'd like a little more understanding and like a little more communication on what happens and how that happens, I guess.
I think Mr. Jackson, sorry, Mr. Chairman. I
think Mr. Jackson or Councillor Stevens, I think understood, but.
Yeah, Reeve Clark, I'm good either way, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
So Bayview Street, basically that runs adjacent to your property at this current time.
Grab your mics.
Sorry, I'll turn this way. So Bayview Street that runs adjacent to your property at this current time the dust control was applied to that once last year in June, and that was at the county cost. Up to Range Road 20-4. The amount that was charged to you was from that intersection of Bayview Street south, roughly 1,460 meters, I believe. That dust control was applied twice, once in June and again in September, as per our usual rotation with dust control. There's 2 applications per season to ensure proper and significant dust control throughout, regardless of what the weather conditions or the road conditions are. So that 1,450 plus meters was charged to you, and that reflects to the cost that you were speaking to, that you were billed.
And also the intersections and to White's.
Correct. So the intersection from Bayview Street, basically where that intersects with 20-4 north, we did a span of, I believe it was roughly 40 meters or so. We took care of that, the cost of that calcium, as well as the intersection with 835, the dust control that was brought from 835 east on 40-2, I believe is the number that we took care of as well as a county cost.
You're saying the only one I had to do then was feeding the farm twice.
Correct. So basically, yes. So basically from that corner at Bayview Street where it intersects south to, I believe, like I said, it's 1,400 some, it's just shy of a mile, I believe. That is the cost that was forwarded to you for the calcium, the MG30. That was done twice. And that was stated basically in the road use agreement that.
Right, I understand it was in. I just wanted to, my question is there any more, can we have more discussion about it? I appreciate you guys doing Bayview Street, but with the road condition the way it was, when we got a rain, it was so muddy and greasy, it was just making a mess of our campground. So I know it was meant to help, but I guess all I'm asking for there is a little more understanding and communication.
Well, absolutely. I mean, we can do that. Some of the, I'll call them side effects of utilizing that dust control in certain situations with rainfall is that you will notice that it is going to cause a little bit of a difference in your road, basically your surface of your road. You're going to feel as though there's more fines or it's going to be a little bit greasier depending on the aggregate that's on that road currently. But we can definitely have those conversations.
Appreciate it. Yeah, just to have a little more understanding, not just get the surprise in the mail.
Absolutely. The only thing that is a little bit that we can't necessarily adjust is application times. We can work a little bit within those. However, we do a lot of our dust control. It's all 2 times a year. We tender these out and we work with our contractor and we make it happen. I mean, we can adjust slightly here or there, but I mean, times of the year and whatnot are going to be somewhat.
That makes sense. Perfect. Appreciate that.
So I just Councilor Stevens and then Councilor Nyberg.
During these dust control applications, in certain areas, we've had good luck with building up residual, and then you can skip the odd application.
I agree with you.
So
And that was back to me, sorry, wanting communication and, yeah.
That is up to county staff on the road. So
I think that's something that Greg could monitor. If we're getting good residual, could we skip the fall and kind of trim some costs there? I think that makes sense, but it would have to be gauged.
Right. And every year is a little bit different, but yeah, no, I appreciate that. That makes sense, Justin.
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Clerk, what we would do more so is we wouldn't necessarily skip an application, but we could adjust the volume maybe that's going on to the road surface. Because if we skip and then weather or traffic or something of that nature, it may affect it and cause issues later, and then we've already lost the opportunity to apply. So depending, I mean, lots of times our first application, we would want to do it full rate because that's going to get you extended into the busy portion of your season. And then there'd be the second application that we could potentially adjust volumes depending on how the product and the road surface has acted through that season.
100%.
Perfect.
I guess as we looked at this in the past though too, we look at dust abatement products very, very thoroughly every year and the cost of them. And you get more to your oils. They maybe aren't, it's like calcium, you put calcium on the road, it makes a slippery condition when it rains. But on the same sense, the cost of calcium or the cost of MG30 versus straight oil are two totally different costs. So that's the other option, but I mean, therefore too, what's billed back is the cost of the product laid down. So we need to also look at that and understand with weather conditions.
Well, and that's part of it too, knowing what options are there and knowing the prices and, you know, knowing what I'm going to get out of the product too, I guess.
Yeah, because the oil is very, very expensive and very few spots we put the oil. And you know, you may look at the dust abatement and the longevity of it, some of them being better than others, but it still comes dollar per value for the however much time you get out of it.
I agree.
If I may add to that, Reeve Clark, you may find after a period of 5 years of using the oil product that you feel as though you can skip a year, or you might be able to somewhat. However, you aren't going to be able to remove that completely. Whereas you're not going to be able to see that you can receive the value back and put it on for 5 and skip 5 or anything of that nature. You're going to have potentially, and we've seen some places throughout the county where there's been dedicated application of oil product for a series of years. They've held off for a year, but then they've gone back into it when they've seen that there is some loss of the control of the dust, and they go back and they start applying it again. It's their choice that they're using the oil product. They feel as though they like it more. So it is basically a choice and cost value that you have to weigh out and determine. Yeah.
So I guess, Keith, what I have is the question in this letter that we received to Dear Andrew letter. You mentioned that there was a 6,000 and 14,000. Are you disputing the cost of it, or was it just you wanted to have the conversation around the application?
Well, I guess it's all of it. The mail strike's probably the reason there. I had the $6,000 bill and thought that was it. And then surprise, after the mail strike, I got the other one. And I guess it was the biggest thing. I just wanted to understand it a little bit more going forward and try to just be a little more in the know of what's coming. Not
So
just.
is that a total $20,000 bill, or is it a total 14,000?
If I may, it would have been just shy of 14,000, I believe, would
For
be
the
the total.
applications, the whole, that's
Correct.
The way it reads there is it almost looked to me that there was a total of 20,000.
Right.
Okay, so, and I guess then this kind of leads into the next one of being that, the road use agreement, which you were talking about. And I mean, it is policy for the county that you got to pay your old bill before we can initiate you a new, road use agreement. So I think there may be a little bit of misunderstanding in that sense, that if you cleared up the bill, I don't see anything from the county, any of the information that we got, that there'd be any issue with you getting a road use agreement as going forward. And then having a conversation with administration to see what you can utilize to haul your gravels.
No, and I assume that it's just that road use agreement, first time, and I'm learning as I go along. I think the first time I got it in October with Marlene, she was awesome. I thought it was for a year, did not realize it zeroed December 31st. And I got another one, and then Marlene left, and then I thought I had the exemption, and then Yvette was trying to look after the roads, and then I didn't have it, and we couldn't get her. So now I have to do my third one. So it just seems to be nickel and diamond, and just want to.
It is a lot of times per unit, per haul type thing. So, but it could, that's up to you to talk to staff on. Councilor Stillberg?
Yeah, just a couple of questions to clarify with administration, dust control. Once the county has determined what areas need abatement, can it be presented to the developer so that they know roughly what the cost probably will be before they get the bill later on? Because like in this case, they weren't sure what they were going to be paying.
Yeah, and I think somewhat maybe somewhat the issue with this in this instance itself was the fact that the amount and the distance that was going to be covered and how much we would need to put on in order to have a cost-effective and yet effective product for the dust. So absolutely, going forward, we can with Keith and Bar W and we can lay it out and say, okay, we're going to do the same area, and we'll be going out to tender here shortly after review that with council coming ahead on that, and then we'll be able to have those costs set, and we'll be able to do a pretty good estimate of what it's going to cost to be able to make that application.
I think that's all they're asking. And then my second question is on Bayview Street with the calcium there. Would it be better if there was a little bit more gravel to work with? Would that make it less greasy and sloppy? Is it the lack of gravel that makes it so sloppy and greasy when it rains, or?
Not necessarily. I mean, basically what you end up when you have the calcium product applied and you're driving on it, you're working with it. You're not working that road surface as often with grader or anything of that nature. Some of it's going to be maybe road, your contents of your road and your aggregate that's up there in that area. But I mean, doesn't matter where you apply it. A lot of the time you will see that hardening off and kind of a shielding off with that product. And that gives you that essence, that bit of a slippery tone to it when we do get rainfall on it.
I just wanted to remind council that recently in a meeting, you guys did direct administration to bring back the dust control policy, which I believe is going to be at the meeting in 2 weeks. And that was with a specific eye to the annually reoccurring dust controls, mostly focused around hamlets and urbans, but I think it's probably a fine time to include into policy any more explicit instructions around developer-based dust controls as well, to establish a process that council is comfortable with.
How much of Bayview are we actually applying dust control to? Because
From the pavement to 20-4.
I'm not sure if I see the value in doing that much. I mean, given that our gates are closed the bulk of the summer season, and this is somewhat separate from the delegation in the sense that we picked up the tab for that. But if the gates are closed from May till October, we're getting a couple weeks of dust control in the spring when it's open and a couple weeks in the fall before we get freeze up. The only portion of Bayview that sees a considerable traffic when there would be any dust is just from the intersection to the gate. And that makes some sense for safety at that intersection. But I don't know about.
It only gets it once, or so far, once. Or maybe that was weather permitting this year, I'm not sure. But the other issue is the sewer haul trucks. We'll use that road, and Keith was very explicit that he didn't want dust blowing into where the campers were, so.
She has a good point about the
Yeah.
trucks. I forgot about them.
Yeah, we made the choice to dust control that portion of the road.
And there still was construction trucks going down there, gravel, cement, equipment.
Yeah.
You appreciate it, even though I understand what you're saying.
Fair enough. And I never considered the separate road use agreements that are still going through that gate, but it does bring up the fact that there is some give take in the sense that you were the one that benefited from Bayview being, or your residents benefited from Bayview being dust controlled. We did that on the county dime. So I think there is some cooperation.
Well, I agree totally. And that's what I needed to understand. I didn't know what that 14 bought me. All I got was a bill. So that's what I want to just try to understand better.
And that's fair.
If I may, on that bill, I do believe it'd be a volume, like that would show a volume amount on that bill. It didn't give a distance. There wouldn't have been so much of meters or anything on that bill. So, I mean, granted, we can change a few things so that it does bring clarity to that for you as well.
Well, I'm a lot smarter already. Thanks.
It's all right.
Yeah,
What was the other one? That was four, I think. Well, that was the three, or was there four? Was the road haul. Was the last one you brought up. Which one? Assigned to directing traffic.
Yeah, and that's just, it's in the again, I had to sign saying I would look after it. The government dropped the ball, didn't put the signs up, so Craig went out and put the signs up, and I was just, my point was, Craig was quite adamant it was all my people, but we know it was White Sands people too that were going through the unlocked gate, not so much throw sand. So I'm just saying it wasn't all on my onus, was all. I just wanted to have you people understand. It was, we had some people that didn't do as directed. That is true, but there were still White Sand people that were still
The gate
pushing it.
discussion was fairly heated at this table too.
I mean,
No.
and yeah, I wish we'd done something different, but okay, I'd like to thank you all for your time, and
Was there what, something else, or we
Well,
got?
that was it. And then the second part, the third one you brought up when we were talking about the dust control and billing versus road use agreements. And that would take Mr. Wilson back to the gravel piece.
correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I understood. And Yvette had followed up on that already, so I'd already kind of
Okay,
figured out we had that one sort of fixed, just cost a check.
okay, fair enough.
Have a great day. Thanks again.
All right, thank you. And if I could, just Keith, I know, sometimes it seems that we don't have a great working relationship, but I dare say, and I will say to the administration, the county of Stettler, and to council, there's not very many municipalities that you're going to get the same airtime as you do with council. So I hope you understand and appreciate the fact that we are really trying to work with you. Policy sometimes gets in the way of what we're trying to do, but it's the reason of that fair and equitable situation we're trying to do. So
I'm not a contractor, so I'm just figuring where they go along. So
fair enough. So
all the help you're giving me.
all right, thank you.
Thank you. Now to get back to that real fast part of the meeting, we can go to request for decision.
We got a plow truck?
The plow truck we got through. The lawnmower.
Oh, yes. No, now I know where.
7.4, request for decision, approval of forklift purchase, page 24 of the back.
If I may, Mr. Reeve, I'll take this.
We'll start off here. As I entered into my position last August, one of the first things we got right into was budgets and working into our 2025 budget. And it had been brought to my attention that previously a indoor forklift had been brought to the table numerous times, and then had been dropped as a priority, a lower priority item overall as we made cuts moving forward through different budget processes. This year, going through the process with council and the 2025 budget, we did just decide after discussions with council through our budget deliberations that this was something that no longer we wanted to have as a cut item. This is something that we wanted to invest in and have the utility and service of at our shop at operations. So with that, we had included it as a budget line item of $40,000 in the 2025 budget that was passed by council. And we went out for a tender, or not so much tender, but we went out and requested information, requested bids and whatnot, and had mixed reply. As it shows in there, we did have a couple of tenders, or I guess contractors handling these things, get back to us. Others didn't even reply to our requests for pricing or unit information or anything of that nature. With that, we did our own research and whatnot, and did come across a unit that we felt definitely fit the build that we were looking for, and also fit in the budget, a little under the budgeted amount of $40,000 for a brand new unit that would hold warranty and has the capacity to fill the needs that we have at the shop. So with that, I submitted the memo to council for review and any questions, and if there are any discussions, feel free.
No, there's discussion here. Councilor Stevens.
I'm not sure, we put this in the budget. I'm not sure how urgent this is. And I'm always a little head shy or gun shy when we get one bid back. It has bit us in the behind before when we got one tender back. is this urgent to the point where we need to make a decision now? Because to be perfectly honest with you, companies I've worked at have only ever purchased used ones. So I kind of have an idea about used, but I don't fully understand the new price range. And with only having one quote or bid, I don't know if this is value or not.
We have to buy new so somebody else can buy used.
But there is, within the bid spec, there is one used one, but from a dealer, 30.
Right. So if I may, Mr. Reeve, we did go out and look, and the other two companies that we did contact that did not respond to us did have numerous units, both electric and propane models, listed, advertised for sale. So when we did make requests for further information on those used units as well as new units, and like I mentioned, we did not get any response. To the point where we actually had staff contact them directly and say, you know, we are looking, you know, could we get someone in touch with somebody? And they stated, yeah, we'll get someone to call you. And weeks went by and no information, no transfer, no nothing. So diligence was taken by staff in order to find the price lines. And I agree, many of the forklifts that have had the opportunity to operate previously in other occupations were all used units. However, with what we found, used units were coming in very close or similarly priced as to this new unit. We weren't fearful of this new unit. After we did further research and whatnot, they do have history of manufacturing forklifts of the type. The motor is a Kubota motor. So our staff, shop manager, Terry George, he went through it, went to the dealer, went through this unit, familiar with it, has no issues or concerns with any of the components that are in this unit, feels very secure in the fact that we'll be able to source parts through this dealership or elsewhere, as they are a generic part that's being used in these forklifts. So diligence was made. I'm not so much at all concerned about any quality issues or anything of that nature, and I believe the price is value in our pocket, as warranty comes with the new unit. All the units that we looked at that were used units, including this one that was quoted as a used unit, evidently enough, they're back on the market after the warranty is over. So we did notice that it seems like once warranty's up, these guys are rolling them out. So that weighed heavily on our decision as well to go with a newer unit.
Just a question on, like, what hours do you anticipate use in a year out of this?
We had discussion around that. How much will we use the unit? And I'll be completely honest with you. There's been, in the last 3 months, there is probably multiple days a week that I have found that we are utilizing at least 2 staff to try to function the large forklift that we have out there in our shop base, just due to clearance issues, safety issues, making sure that when we're using that and we're moving pallets around and whatnot in our base, that we're not going to have an incident where there's contact where there shouldn't be, et cetera, because the maneuvering is tough with a large unit, whereas a smaller capacity unit would have been simple and easily handled by one employee in that location. So to put an annual use of it, it's kind of hard to quantify how much we'll use. I'm of the mind that we probably won't realize how badly we needed it until we got it, and then it'll be like, this thing's in use every day.
Mr. So I mean, I'm very similar with Mr. Jackson. In my previous life, utilized one quite readily, and I'm pretty sure it may not have come over at the Arc sometimes. But they don't seem to ever, I mean, if you get one that works, they seem to work forever. I'm not sure about some of those ones. I think a used one would make sense, but I think very similar to everything else in out there right now, I don't know if anybody's tried to buy a used vehicle, but the price of used is an exorbitant amount compared to what a new one is. So I would first glance at this, I was thinking that maybe a used one would be something that makes sense. But after you do a little bit of investigation, it sounds like staff and management have. I feel comfortable with it.
Just has anybody watched Ritchie Brother or any of the major?
We've looked through the auctions, absolutely. The only fear that we have, and that staff voiced during our research, was any auction item, you do carry somewhat of a risk of potentially how is it running while it's going, et cetera, stuff like that. At least if we were buying a used unit, that's why we stuck with the dealers, because there does follow somewhat of a responsibility, and this is what you're getting when you purchase through a dealer, a used unit. So we did not weigh the auction route as heavily as going through a dealer.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Yes, Mr. Ivory.
Interestingly enough, I had a business friend of mine talk to me about buying a man lift just recently from Ritchie Brothers. Interestingly enough, he purchased it at a very good price. Looked like it was relatively brand new, but needed a little bit of parts to fix it up. Went to the dealer. The dealer said, we can't sell you any parts because this vehicle or this unit has been written off. And so he ended up getting stuck, and there's no rules or regulations within Ritchie Brothers to even go down that route. So
That would be, must be all auction houses then, because I can't see them running to a different set of rules, so.
yeah, so I just a caution, do due diligence when you're stuff like this. A piece of equipment is one thing that is, that you're running down the road and doing stuff with, or grader or stuff, you could do some more checking onto it. But some of this, what I would call offside equipment, where you don't use it maybe every day, but it's definitely got some safety contingents to it, just check.
Yeah, absolutely.
Councilor Stevens?
I highly recommend you looking into the cost for a jib. For it, you can get them for certified ones for pretty manageable prices, that $1,500 range, as long as it's manually adjustable. As soon as you get into the telescoping hydraulically, they're huge money. I have found they are the handiest thing you can find for these, about $1,500, and it doubles your capability of the machine for our mechanics, engines. It gives you way more reach, and it is way better once you get going.
You just have to look at weight ratings only 5,000 pound.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I would just mention is, 90% of what we're doing, we're utilizing our overhead cranes and whatnot for. There are maybe some instances where we would see that application might work, out. But we do utilize, we have a picker on the truck, et cetera, stuff like that we would utilize. This one here, we definitely want to make sure that we're falling within all the guidelines and safety requirements of use in our operation shop and whatnot. So, but yeah, there are items that definitely you can add to increase the utility of these.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll give you a motion for staff recommendation on this one.
Okay. Any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Or you're
Setting you up for another.
you had your arm up?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thanks, Gregory. 7.5, request for decision, Stettler 4-H District Intermediate Excellence Awards, page 34 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nikki, did you want to speak to this one?
Sure. Through to Reeve Clark. The 4-H, Stettler 4-H beef districts have once again requested our participation and sponsorship for the Intermediate Excellence Awards. And we have been doing this for a number of years with them. They hold their annual show and sale in May each year, and there are 4 4-H beef clubs in our district that all participate in the Stettler District 4-H beef show. The Intermediate Excellent Award involves each one of those clubs choosing a candidate, nominating a candidate they believe deserves the Intermediate Excellence Award. And then the County of Stettler assembles a team that interviews the 4 final nominations and chooses who we believe the strongest candidate for that award is, although they're all very deserving of the award because they're exemplary kids that love agriculture and definitely love their roles at 4-H. So this is before you today. In the past, they have requested a $400 sponsorship. This year, they came to us saying that they are requesting an increase of $1,000 for the sponsorship, and this is to match what the other 4-H, the junior award is getting. So from that $400 and from the $1,000 that they're getting, they supply gifts to each of the 4 nominees, not just the winner. So they're recognizing 4 kids with as nominations being received for their presence there.
Councillor Stillberg?
Yeah, I would like to make the motion that we do support the Stettler District 4-H Beef Club with the Intermediate Excellence Award again to the amount of $1,000 and to be financed through the Rural Development Fund.
Yes, and it is, if you've ever sat through the interviews, it's quite a challenge to sit through it because not the sitting through it, but making a decision at the end because they are all very, they're so close and they're very qualified young individuals coming into our working society fairly close.
Just to clarify, we've always done the intermediate one, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yes.
But we will be looking for volunteers from council, 2 to 3 volunteers from council to help with this.
That'll come at a different.
We'll just, I guess the staff can.
Round us up.
Okay.
If schedule works, I'm always up for it because I really find it interesting.
So far we've got Les and Larry. Anybody else?
Sometimes you.
Oh,
Schedule depend.
Okay.
Send a schedule out. If I can, I'd like doing it. I've done it for years before I was councillor.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nikki.
One more thing we got to do, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I guess we have a motion. Yes, let's call the question. All in favor? That was carried. But did you? Yeah. Okay, 7.6, request for decision, appointment of an interim agriculture fieldman, page 37 of the package.
Do you want to do this one?
Yeah, this one. So this is just a requirement of the Agriculture Services Board Act. We need to have somebody appointed as an ag fieldman. As the ag fieldman will report to Mr. Jackson's department, we thought that he would be an appropriate interim ag fieldman. That advertisement for that position should be going out within the next day or 2, actually. I think we just had the finishing touches on the job.
Mr. Stevens?
I'll move that we approve staff recommendation.
Mr. Gender?
Are there certain accreditations as to the appointment? Is that through the AAAF?
It's quite funny, actually. No, definitely not through the AAAF, because to be on the AAAF, you have to be an ag fieldman. This appointment comes before you can be part of AAAF. But the HB Act does say it must be a qualified person. However, elsewhere in the Ag Service Board Act, actually when it refers to counselors and the board members, it defines qualified as somebody with knowledge of agriculture. So similar to yourselves, right? Having had industry experience as a farmer or some other type of industry exposure.
Thank you, Andrew.
Any other questions? Councilor Grover?
When are we going to have, I don't see the timeline on there. Fight for a new field guy, and what would be the timeline before we would decide on? Greg can do it for, I guess, for interim, but he's not.
It's stated as interim, so.
Right, so we will be placing the ad for an ag fieldman for the county of Stettler this week.
Closing date?
I probably leave it open till we get the right candidate, Dave, Council Grover, sorry. So once we find the right candidate, then we'll get them in place as soon as we can.
Snyder.
I have another one.
Okay.
So I was gonna ask, does the board, the ag board decide who the guy, they pick the person or what?
No, that ultimately that would be my decision, but I will definitely consult with the Ag Service Board.
Okay.
Plus, then it's up to us to pick out either staff and the ag fieldman would be, as we're doing right now. Or decide, vote, it's been, no, if you hire somebody, they still have to be appointed by this group.
Reeve Clark is right. Just like our weed inspectors and pest inspectors, we need your approval to give them the statutory authority.
Because they're basically designated officers, right?
So just a clarification, I know Mr. Jackson's got all kinds of time on his hands. So he probably, this is absolutely, the only thing that he's going to concentrate on. Would we not have Farah into this position? Does it not make sense that she would step into that for the short period of time, or is there something that I'm missing?
No, I don't believe so. And this position will be, it will be underneath Greg's umbrella, so they will be answering to the Director of Operations. So we felt that being the case, I'm sure that he will get help wherever it's needed. And if that's fair, that's great. Could be other members of staff that have some expertise. But right now, he will be our designated interim ag fieldman.
That's how you feel? Okay.
Here we go again. Yeah.
Yeah, I just was wondering, Greg's plate's already full and we already have an assistant ag field person. Why would we put her up to do it till we decide as a ag service board who it's going to be?
Well, I definitely went through all the options, Councillor Grover. I weighed it out, and I'm the happiest with this. And this is where I want to see this department go, because I want to see the departments out there all under one umbrella, which is operations. And then they'll work together on budgets, share fleet vehicles, share trailers, share employees. I think there's some cost savings to be found in this direction, and I want to move on that.
Any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
Thank you.
8.1, request for decision, Rebotha lot sale, page 38 of the package.
Speak to this one. So this is a lot sale that council advertised intent of passing the motion that is option for consideration 1 to sell a lot for less than market value. The advertising period and petition period have both expired with no comments nor petition. So council is free to move and consider and vote on the motion as presented.
Councilor Gender?
Would you have a map showing like what lot that is, please?
Let me bring it up quick. I think we typically do the map when we bring it to you the first time.
You did.
Yes, you did. First.
Wait, you can't remember?
Short.
It's right beside a house, basically, that's on a lot. This is the same landowner, so it will basically become a double lot.
I just didn't want to see one lot separating and then we've got one mixed up in between there that for child is not saleable.
Yeah, no.
Mr. Gender, I you'd commented earlier on that about one in Erskine. I'm not 100% sure that we should be going down that road because I think we've always made assumptions of if everybody here remembers, well, maybe not. When we did the original proposal of Erskine, everybody said which lot they would prefer. And for yourself to assume that that lot is unsaleable may not be the case. I hope you can understand what I'm trying to say here. Just because you don't want it doesn't mean that somebody else may not want it. So when we were talking about it, Mr. Grover didn't want to be by Mosquito Pond. I thought that wouldn't be a bad place because you're back off and into the backsides. I just want to make sure that we're not confusing our feelings with what may be a possibility out there.
The only trouble I've seen, okay, we've got one lot in Erskine that someone wanted to double it up. Now we've got a single lot in the midst of, we may end up giving it away.
Well, you may, and you may actually sell it for more money if everything else infills, and then that's the last lot for sale. What may or may not happen is not for us to decide.
Tall, skinny oaks.
That should be part, could be part of planning.
Yes, absolutely. That's why I'm just trying to make that a point. I just don't know if that should be part of our decision-making process right now.
Grover?
Got a question for administration. So how many years have we been trying to sell it?
This is for Bob. This one's for Bob.
For Erskine, yeah, we'd probably be hitting that 8 to 10 mark. We have sold 3, 2, no.
Funny about that, Mr. Grover, when you don't advertise things, you don't usually sell it. You know, I've got a lot of parts that I don't advertise, that I don't sell. You've come across multiple times like this.
Order.
You do not like that, so please.
I'll tell you why. I just thought we should, we have a sign out at the end that they're for sale, right? On the highway.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
By the water.
No, we do not, gentlemen. Do you know who has that? There is a real estate office that doesn't have a listing with us that still has a sign out there.
Oh,
We do not have a sign. We have not done.
I wonder if we should have a sign.
That is what I brought up earlier, if you were at the earlier meeting.
And we are talking about, we're talking about a lot in Botha too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, no, you're fine. Counselor Stevens.
I will move staff recommendation 1. I'm happy the applicant patiently waited the 60-day period that I still think is bollocks, but there seems to be no way around it. No point delaying it any further.
Okay. I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councilor McKay opposed? Carried. 9, agenda items, 9.1 memo, traffic counts for Lakeview Christian School. Page 40 of the package.
So are you doing this, or Justin doing this?
May I take it? I can take it. Yeah, just to confirm, it's not traffic counts. It should be just a review of the Mennonite school area. So everyone's favorite area. There was no traffic counts involved, but more of the speed concern there. So yeah, so just kind of want to gain council's interest in kind of a speed review of that area. Engineering did a site inspection, went through the guidelines that the province has set out there, and it's described in the memo. So I went through the procedure, looking at, various factors to be considered in terms of, what this area entails. So kind of with that said, at the end of the day, it is potentially more of an enforcement issue than speed issue. At the end of the day, will this, small change make a huge difference? Probably not, but we're trying to implement, a standard best practice that the province sets in place for the county to implement. And so we're kind of obligated to follow those guidelines. So just kind of want to get a bit of interest and discussion going with the north and south leg of the image there in front of you. So the recommendation is to move the north sign, the 30-kilometer-an-hour sign, to the west-east road because it does not meet the factors that are required there. So all the other locations would stay the same for the 30-kilometer-an-hour sign. So with that said, I'll open it up to discussion.
Mr. Chairman. Yes, Councilor Everett.
I'll be honest, in this, and don't take this the wrong way, Justin, I'm having I had a little bit of trouble understanding what your plan is here. So on the north-south road, you're going to put a new sign up.
Yes, so on the north end, so all four directions I currently have the existing sign. So the sign is, the image is below there. All four directions have the existing maximum 30 speed sign. So after review, going through all the factors outlined, it's recommended to move the 30-kilometer-hour sign on the north leg to near the intersection of Township Road 372. Because when somebody's traveling from the north end southbound towards the intersection and they head west, there is no 30-kilometer-hour sign there. So essentially, when they turn to go west, they could say, well, there was no sign there, correct? So, sorry?
If they continued past the church now where we have the 30-kilometer-an-hour zone, that would be the same reasoning.
Yes, that would be correct as well. So, yeah.
Until they see a different speed limit sign, would it not be expected that they fall to that speed limit? Like, so if they're coming from the north and they come up and they start seeing the school and the church, until do we have 80-kilometer signs when you go past that zone, or should we?
I believe there would be new 80 after you leave that school zone.
Yeah, it would be 80 because of just the step.
Or is it just?
They would be probably further down the road. I don't know how far down, but any unposted would just be the standard 80K with our bylaws. So
with what's laid out here, I could see somebody heading south and being at 80 kilometers an hour all the way through.
absolutely. So it would be the same recommendation to have a sign if people travel from the north end to the south end. Yeah, that's correct.
So, and then if I can, Ms. Chair, where the X is now, that what we're looking on here, you would take that sign out?
Which X are you referring to?
Top of the map there.
Sorry.
You're north, yeah. Justin?
Yeah, so the north leg, the 30K would be taken out. We would put a sign saying, speeds, school zone ahead, reduce speed.
Is there a stop sign at that intersection?
No, it's controlled in the north and south direction with yield signs. So it is a controlled intersection, yeah.
I don't know if there's anything wrong with what we have right now, other than if we were worried about people turning either direction, heading west and across the front of the school, maybe you would put one more sign in.
Well, and it's been a while since I wrote my driver's exam, but if you run into a school zone and whether the intersection changes or not, you are to assume that is still, so if the sign was back 50 feet from the intersection, I don't drive through the intersection and then start thinking that it's automatically changed. This isn't a major highway. This is an intersection on I mean, in all sense purposes, if you were in an urban setting, this would be like being in a residential zone. So if I drive through an intersection that has a school zone in it, I'm not speeding up as soon as I get through the intersection. I am assuming that the school zone is still in effect till I get away from
school.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
So why would we, it just seems to me that we're doing, if we left it the way it is, it seems like it's covering our.
Yeah. And that could be fine too if council wants to go that way. Just with the request from council to review it. Some of the guidelines that the province entails, the north leg, it didn't meet those requirements. So possibly moving that 30K, so just on the north leg there. Yeah.
Gender. Okay.
So these signs only relate to the schoolyard?
The 30K, yeah, it's only for the school zone. Yeah.
Okay, so is the school to the west or is it in the church city east?
It is just to the west of the church there, within that, just below where it says Township 372, that's where the school is there.
The whole parcel, Mr. Gender, is considered to be a playground.
Yeah, so the way that the property line is set up there, it is the playground, the school, and the church. The way that the property line is set up, so it entails all those facilities, yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to sort of rephrase. this intersection was brought forward by a ratepayer through their counselor. Council instructed us to take another look and see if we would make any recommendations to changes to specifically reduce the amount of 30K area. And this is basically the extent of what we would recommend council change. However, it's up to council to leave it as is if you prefer that as well.
Councillor Stevens?
No, I was.
Councillor Grover?
Just south part of that is, commercial housing, anybody can rent it. It's not church and it's not, school. And even a few of the Mennonite people were wondering if they should put a chain link fence along the north side where the school is, over on the west side of that property. And that would keep a kid ditch stray out there, whether to do it 30 or 40.
Well, there is a fence there is a fence along the west side. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Well, just wait, Councillor Grover. He was trying to answer about a fence for you.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I can see what Mr. Grover's saying. So the only existing fence out there currently is along that west side, on the west side of the school area. So part of the decision making around keeping the 30K sign on the south leg is that lack of fencing. So that did meet the guidelines to keep that in place for a school zone.
Good. Because like when you go by Waverly, it's fenced with chain link. Yeah. And then there's one, I can't remember the name of it. It's on 601 when you're going to Panoka. And it's alongside the highway and it's got chain link fence on it and a gate that closes.
Not through the school hours, huh?
And Mennonite doesn't have chain link, no.
Gates open, oh, that's fine. But that way I just be safer and they wouldn't get run over then. So.
Well, that's up to the school to do that. That's not up to us.
Councillor Jenner?
It means that we're gonna be putting the reduced 30 clicks to the south at the end of the property. Should we not be placing a sign back stating like 80 kilometers?
Are you talking on the north leg?
Yeah, on the very south portion of the property.
The recommendation is to leave that one as 30K.
Those signs, other than the one with the arrow, are all existing. Right?
Yeah. So on the south leg, there is an existing maximum 30 sign. So there is recommended to keep that in place.
Anytime you reduce speed in a zone, then it's back to the original. You have to place up another sign stating that there's a sign, that there's a change of speed.
Is that the highway? Is that to do with the roadways? You would have like.
So if people are heading southbound on Range Road 194, they go through the school zone and they head south. You're asking if there's an 80K sign?
Yes, I believe anytime that you reduce.
Yeah. So we can look at the locations and see where those are. But that really wasn't part of this review, but I can look and see if we can, we can probably put those in if they're not there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Grover?
Yeah, that south sign, it's way down south past their property there, way before you get to the road. I thought that's what we were looking for, maybe.
In my opinion, when it comes to safety of kids, especially around a school and a playground.
Yeah.
As I think I stated in our first conversation on this, all of Gadsby is at 30 kilometers an hour because kids are all, there can be kids all over there. And that's the biggest thing here is to not have the what if.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that. I can see Mr. Grover's point, but it is, people are going to be slowing down into that controlled intersection anyways. And the Alberta Traffic Safety Act is completely clear that school zones that meet these guidelines, it has to be 30K. There's just no questions.
Justin?
Yeah.
Not to, I appreciate your sentiment about people slowing down into intersections.
Do they? Yeah, I know they probably do.
A yield sign is usually something to have a look at, and you take your foot out, nobody's coming, and then you pin it. So you have more of a trust in how people drive, I guess, than I.
Stick maybe, yeah. So yeah, it goes to my original point. It could be more of an enforcement issue as well. So, yeah.
If I may, Reeve Clark, this intersection, especially with the trees that are on property, that are not affecting a sight line, if you're at that intersection at a full stop, but where they are located, if you were doing excess of 30 kilometers an hour at that intersection in a vehicle, by the time that you would see, if you were traveling, you would stop in the middle of that intersection. So in essence, you should be doing less than 30 kilometers an hour as you approach that intersection from the south.
What about from the north?
Why?
That's where I'm saying. I mean, yeah.
My only question on those signs was the fact that they could continue straight south across the front of the trail.
Yeah, that's, if you're either putting up two, if you're taking one down, you're putting up two, or just leave one up. In my opinion.
Don't matter. It don't really matter to me. I was just talking to the Mennonite folks and they thought that they put well, like street limit, yeah, you're right along the church, you could still, or right along where the kids are. But if they put up a chain link fence, that's just another net.
Which if that's their, that's could be a recommendation back to them from community member, Councilor Stevens.
I certainly wouldn't try and talk them out of increased fencing. So we have the 4 signs in all 4 directions currently, correct?
Correct.
Then I think the risk of moving or changing anything and re-educating the public outweighs the potential reward for someone that may gain a little time by in one particular direction, not having to slow down and risk going through a yield sign. I will make the motion that we receive for information.
Other questions, concerns? Councilor Grover?
So we're just gonna leave it the way it is. We're not moving that one down there. Okay, whatever, that'd be good.
Call the question. All in favor? Carried. Were you opposed, Councilor Grover?
No, I'm.
So, Mr. Chairman, I just one question about this. And I get the idea of the whole, what Mr. Gender's talking about, putting up the 80 kilometers sign again, but are we necessarily in need of that? I think most people, common sense, would look across, that's the end of the road or end of the school zone, and then I'm out of it. I don't know.
You aren't gonna take that corner at 80 kilometers.
No, what I'm saying, Mr. Grover, when you're leaving the school zone, or the playground zone in this case, I typically, if it was in a gravel road situation, this one, I look over, I see the sign on the other side, and then I come up to speed. I don't know, putting 4 more signs up to tell people to do 80, I'm not sure it's necessary, but.
Dr. Gender?
I believe it's just in the traffic act, if you do slow it down, you have to then let the public know whether to speed up or not.
Oh, Andrew?
Technically speaking, the existence of the start of a zone does not imply the cessation of the zone, because you can in fact have different speed limits on within the same road on different lanes. So it is more appropriate to have either an 80 kilometer sign or even just a school zone end sign.
And I'm good with it. We've done this for years. I don't know if that's been an issue.
Justin?
I got no further comments. I'm completely happy leaving it as it is. At the end of the day, these small changes, they won't make a huge difference, but it came up in the review, so thought I'd bring it back and have a discussion on it. So yeah, no more comments from me.
Go back to Andrew, though. Should we be looking at that for that, as Councilor Gender said, with its speed change? Should it show end of playground zone or should it show 80 kilometers an hour?
I'm happy to look at that administratively.
Need a motion forward to that?
No, because council's already given good direction on what the school zone is supposed to be and will sign appropriately.
Thank you. 9.2 memo, read Big Valley Bridge damage update, page 42 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll let Justin speak to this one, because then I think he can go, right?
Yes, I think 2:30, it's not too bad. So I'll try to keep this one relatively quick. Just looking to provide an update to council on the Scholar Road Bridge that was somebody hit in early December of 2024. So after the accident, we did hire an external company to complete a summarized report. So coming from the recommendations of that report, we hired a contractor to do an estimate, which we needed for insurance purposes. That estimate was roughly about $45,000, and some of the details listed in front of you. One of the changes that came to my attention 2 days ago, the contractor was scheduled on the 18th. That's been pushed back a few weeks just due to the cold weather. They did plan on doing it with a quick set concrete, but they said that they would rather just kind of wait with the weather. So yeah, just looking to provide an update. The insurance company did respond. They have confirmed they will pay either 50% or 75% depreciation costs of the material. So what that means essentially is they will pay that much depreciation on the concrete, the bolts, and the post anchors based on the age of the bridge. So it took quite a bit of discussion to figure out kind of the insurance discussion there. So it was quite confusing, but I got it organized. So there are some pictures there for council's information, and just looking for discussion or questions if anybody has any.
The only question I have, is that our insurance company or is that this individual's?
No, the party, sorry, the party liable for the car accident that hit the bridge there, their insurance is liable for the coverage.
I'm just confused. Do we go through our insurance and then our insurance deals with them?
Yes.
That's what happens.
Okay. So did we have, will our insurance pay any of it?
No. Well, we are not liable for any of the damages on this bridge, right? Their client was responsible for the damage.
They're only paying us a small portion of it.
Well, they'll pay, like if they pay 50% depreciation, they do pay 100% wages. So the total would be around 38,550 out of the 45,000. So we're only about 6,000 or so short. If they go, so we are approaching them on the 50% depreciation, which is 38,550. If they, Wawanesa is the other party, if they want to go 75%, then we're looking at $36,050. It goes down.
Okay, then to Andrew and to Councilor Steve.
I was just gonna rephrase it as they basically looked at it and said, this bridge is already 60 years old. You gotta replace it in a couple of years. Like, how much of this concrete bolts are really our problem? But the immediate fix, the labor and everything, gets 100%. It's still, I think, reasonable.
How far down the queue in bridge replacement is this bridge?
Justin could probably comment on that, but I do know it's a little higher than some, isn't it?
Like the cost estimate for the full replacement of the bridge?
Full replacement, we're about like, yeah.
Yeah, so based on the age of the bridge with the last bridge inspection, it was estimated for like major rehab or replacement in like 2028.
We replaced the deck on this bridge, I think it was last year. We did a new cement deck on it, which would then kind of increase the life expectancy.
I just got a question. I guess I don't want to stick my hand up to myself. I question this to the fact of if I have property, I can put it to full replacement value. And it doesn't matter when it was built, I've maintained it, I've kept it up. And it is full replacement value. I don't know how you get into this depreciation on materials, Justin.
That was my exact comment back to the insurance people and to Lorraine when I was discussing with her. I had a really hard time understanding where the depreciation cost was coming from. Like I said, you're just fixing the concrete and the bolts and, the bridge is, 60 years old, but the substructure is kind of the more the issue, not the, stuff that we can see. So, but, at the end of the day, they're, willing to cover, say, $38,000. I think we do have to pay the money up front and then get reimbursed, unfortunately, but it does have to get fixed, so. Yeah.
Councilor Grover, you had your hand up?
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
What about putting a culvert and then be done with it?
$8,000 wouldn't get me a culvert, or it would. But yeah, eventually it's definitely what we would like to
It
see.
ain't gonna run any more than that one big culvert. All it's ever gonna
Yeah,
run. Been
but
there for years.
yeah, those big culverts are,
How long that bridge been there?
well, I don't think I was born. Yeah.
Just
Never put it in new.
Yeah, so that bridge is 60 years old. Yeah, and you're right, Mr. Grover, a culvert does make more sense there. And that could very well come up with once we get into the replacement discussion, if we do look at that bridge in 2028, the design, once we get into the design stage, it could potentially be a culvert or whatever that would look like, yeah.
From grant applications, et cetera, for the rest of this. But all we're doing here is, I don't understand, we're just bringing it back to usable condition.
I know.
I agree, yeah.
So it's kind of like a fire truck. Just saying.
Been down that road, yeah.
Just saying. Don't seem to be having a lot of luck with insurance companies, so. Genesis says the fire truck is their F word.
If we're gonna dredge up jokes from the past, could we place a higher priority on this bridge than the one heading east out of Big Valley? I'm just saying, makes more sense to us. This one
We
would.
could have gone ahead and replaced it. That's where we could source the culvert from, but yeah.
One going into Big Valley would probably have 2-3 times the car count that that bridge would
It's a local feeder road to Big Valley.
And other people don't recognize that. Counselor Stiller.
It makes Reeve Clark feel any better on the depreciation issue. When the big hailstorm went through Stettler, my mother-in-law's house, the shingles were toasted, and the insurance company said, well, they were pretty old anyway, we'll give you 40% of them to repair them. So it happens. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I had. So just kind of want to gauge council's interest in moving forward with that repair and get that scheduled over the next maybe month or two.
Counselor Stevens?
Well, I think we have to restore some semblance of safety, so we take what we can get the guardrails back up so it's usable. So I will move that we instruct administration to proceed with repairs using as much insurance money as we can get.
Okay. We've had lots of discussion on it, so we'll call the question. All in favor? That would be carried. Thank you, Justin. 9.3 memo, conditional grant approval template, page 48 of the package.
I'll let Andrew take this one.
Yeah, so ASB back in November, you guys were talking about the Battle River Research Group grant that you guys have paid to them. And I believe the conversation moved to, well, can we specify what we want to get for our money? And so what administration's developed here, Farah did a lot of work on this, and then I bureaucratized it a bit, but is a template agreement that we could use across various organizations that we give discretionary money to. I'm thinking other ones would be like the seed cleaning plant or home support, things like that, they don't fall into SIP, but they don't, we're usually funding them out of rural development, but that there might be some expectations around what they're doing with that money. So we developed this to try and be a little bit more usable. So it does go into hopefully everything that would protect us and establish the expectations. The first few pages would typically stay the same for every recipient. And then what we would get into is within schedules A and B, and we've attached sort of what we think is what ASB was after for Battle River Research to show what an Appendix A might look like. Battle River Research did provide some comments back on this one, and we did incorporate some feedback to be able to accommodate their particular questions. But this is the idea that you would outline within Appendix A exactly what you're expecting to get out of them for the money you're giving them, or what you're expecting them to use the money on. And then in Schedule B, we would go a little bit more into detail on what funding they do, what reporting they have to do on the funding. And this is entirely, as far as Battle River research goes, obviously hasn't come from a lot of detail from council or the ASB yet. So we put this together as more of an example than necessary agreement you need to approve. I think ideally, if we got comment on any changes or thoughts that you guys would like to see, receive for information, and bring back a more the more formalized, here's what specifically the Battle River Research Group wants. And then moving forward, when there's other funding requests, we would slot them into this format. And we would bring the whole agreement to you at once. And that's both how you would approve the funding to like a seed cleaning plant, as well as lay out what your expectations of them are.
Mr. Chairman, I like this idea, and I think one of the things is the key to this is getting the information back to us. One of the things FCSS does when they're doing their funding is that they ask for reporting back on how the program's working. And I think that's maybe part of the key that we need to see go forward with this.
Any other comments? To me, it looks
what we've asked for, and just with including the other groups to come back with a final one. I think this, but it looks like a good basis. Yeah.
I was just going to say the similar thing. We wanted an agreement with some strings attached, and this is the strings attached.
Yeah, so this very largely follows similar examples you'll see with other conditional grant agreements like the province offers. Lots of this is ripped off of the province, to be fully transparent. So yeah, we do think it's a great way to establish everybody's expectations, because there's nothing worse than two parties being disappointed because they just didn't understand each other.
If there's no other comments on it, I'll move that we move ahead with the conditional grant agreement.
Yeah, if council wants to present this to Battle River Research for signing, we can do that too.
Do we want to,
or is this, just to clarify, I think we have given the funding. We're just giving this as part of what we're looking for, part of the funding, correct?
I don't know if we've funded for 25 yet.
But I mean, we've made the decision that we.
Yes, in the budget.
We've budgeted for it, yeah.
But with this, is there any more work that you have to do to it before we?
I'm assuming that I understood Battle River Research's comments. The next step would potentially just be presenting to them, and I believe they're okay with it. If not, if there were some tweaks they wanted, there's a certain amount of discretion we could utilize administratively. But I think actually Sarah predicted many of their comments based on just her knowledge of that group, and so we did set the expectations, I think, pretty reasonably.
Councilor Gender?
So I'm just kind of wondering, in 2025, with the research, are they going to be, may have already set out what they're planning for this year for plots?
They may be part of the discussion we'll have when we bring this to them, is to make sure that they can accomplish what we're asking them to accomplish here. Because if not, we want to bring it back to council or even potentially just the ASB to make sure everybody's expectations are aligned.
Thanks.
And there may be some years where there are anomalies where they can't meet this, but if they can prove to us, well, the good reason, and of course it's all going to happen next year anyway, and then we know they're just not banking our 10,000 year after year after year. If we can see what their plan is, because I think we would have some discretion in, if they missed some of the guidelines in one year, but you could see that they were going to be right back in the next. Because sometimes availability of plots or sale of land or something, it changes their plans without any time to regroup. So we would have discretion anyway, I'm sure.
Yeah, and actually that's definitely a comment that Battle River Research brought forward, and they did say, and this is something that's not built into this that council could consider, is that particularly the ongoing research is a lot easier to accomplish or to line up with the certainty of a multi-year grant. This one, it's just showing a single year $10,000 agreement, but if you wanted to extend it and say, hey, this is a 3-year agreement renewing 10 grand each year, it would be committing the future budget, but it is a way to get a little bit more longevity out of that and allow for what was just discussed.
Okay, so that's for discussion here, or is that down the road? That's to come back to.
If you would like to have that discussion right now, if you want to consider a 3-year, that could go with our presentation to Battle River.
In discussions with Battle River, did they find new staff to replace the ones they lost?
I'm not sure where their staff is at.
Yeah, they got more educated guy than Sue is running it now.
So what about the 3-year piece? What's guys' thoughts on that? The 3-year contract so that they can better plan to meet what we're asking.
Yeah, that would probably be a good idea.
I'm good with that too.
Yeah. Especially if they establish plot.
Need a motion on that, or just if a straw poll?
Yeah, I would appreciate if, a friendly amendment to.
I have a motion on the table. It would have to be a friendly motion.
Yeah, Mr. McKay suggested presenting this to Battle River Research Group if there could be an amendment.
Or was that a friendly amendment?
Just 2 seconds. We're going into an election. Maybe that's something we could wait till next year, go for a 1 year and let the next,
The only thing is that for long-term relationships, it would give them, it would give 2 years for it to exercise after the election, and then that they can decide to.
And I agree with you, but if this council changed and the new direction is that they didn't want to deal with them or something changed to Battle River Research Group, what's our option to pull out?
At that point, you've committed to
a 3-year. So I'm not gonna, I'd like to have a little bit more time to discussion to think about that than just to go ahead and say that right now as an add-on to another.
I think we've made quite the about face on this one, to be honest with you. During budget, we were talking about saving some budget. We weren't happy with some of the staff changes, some of the lack of plots in our area, some of the reporting coming back, and we were going to send a message by potentially withholding our grant, which was mixed and went back and forth, and not sending a representative to send a message. So we're doing quite the about face to go from, we're going to send you a message to, we're going to sign a longer term contract.
Yeah, no, that's where I'm at too. I agree with you.
I don't agree with you guys on that, because when it comes to it, we've laid out what our requirements are. If they sign it, and we've committed to them that we will allow them a certain period to do it, then if they don't meet that requirement at that point, yes, then you've either renegotiated or you're done. But on the other hand, with what, if we were just still going about it by not sending a representative, not asking the stuff to be on paper and signed, that I would agree with you guys. But I think this is a huge step, and a lot of these older agreements should be in place.
You're not signing a blank check anymore. You're signing a check with
expectations. Yeah.
But if I could, so I agree with you, and I think that's the next step. But I think what we should do is make sure this works.
We only have a year, and
I know it. That's what I'm saying. Let's try this for a year and see if this works. What if they take this and they don't do what we're doing?
They may not get plots this year, though. This may have to be a 2026 year. It's far closer.
But I mean, if they can explain that to us, if they don't try and do anything, go forward, that would really piss me off. And then we're into a 3-year agreement with them. I'm sorry.
They didn't meet the agreement. If we didn't meet the agreement, it's one thing. If they didn't meet the agreement, then you would have room to step.
I'm not sure if that agreement, I'd like to see this agreement work for 1 year before we make the decision.
I was just going to point out that, of course, in the agreement itself, we can terminate it immediately if the party that we've entered into it with is in default of any of their obligations. Not necessarily quite addressing what Councillor Nyberg is after, but it is just something to keep in mind that you do still have a bit of a parachute.
Well, we already decided when we did the budget, not to put money into it, not to direct it.
We said we would put money this year into it.
Huh?
We said we would do this year.
Oh,
Right.
And my memory took me again. And, yeah, whatever.
Makes the council feel any,
Another election and different.
makes council feel any better. I've had a discussion with the county member at large, and they're definitely working on it. They heard our message loud and clear, and they're working on it. So whether they can achieve it or not, but they're heading that direction, definitely.
So we have a motion on the table to move it forward for the year. And then we've had discussion about 3 years. I guess we will vote on the motion that we have.
Well, unless Paul wants to accept the friendly amendment, it's kind of his choice.
Yeah, and I was okay with the friendly amendment if that's the way council chooses to try the 3-year deal.
But here's the problem, if you accept it, it may fail.
Well, yeah, true.
So I would say, if it was me, I would separate it into two.
Two motions.
Because I'm in favor of going ahead with this,
Yeah.
but I'm not in favor of doing a 3-year deal.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table.
Accept this and go,
And take it back for the 1-year period. Battle River research. Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? The 2 opposed, Councilor Grover and Councilor Stevens. So any further discussion on terms? Leave that for the next council. Well,
you have an opportunity.
to bring another motion for it. That's with, so that so we had the first year anyhow, so.
If you wanted, you could present a motion to extend it to 3 years and then let that either pass or fail on its own.
Doesn't hurt, it doesn't cost anything to make a motion. I will make the motion that council consider entering into a 3-year agreement with Battle River with the conditional contract.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
is this conditional on them accepting it as well? But if they don't accept it? Maybe they don't want it
Then
to.
it's not a 3-year.
Either way, whether they don't accept the 1 year or don't accept the 3 year because of something in this agreement that they don't think they can accomplish, then it needs to come back to council if they want to make a, unless it's minor wording thing.
So by doing this, we are committing financial funds for the next 3 years, correct? And would there be an opportunity for us to, let's say that they in the next year do better, are we able to increase that?
By negotiating a new contract, which they would be silly to say no to more money, right?
No, I'm just seeing how this is handcuffed. I just don't want it to handcuff the go forward on the next, or let's sit stable, that's all.
I think the other ones, what, they put in 15 now?
I don't know.
That's what I heard when I talked with one.
Just basically, we have approved the 2025 budget, so it's an additional 2-year commitment, basically.
Spending that's money already before she even starts up the pension process.
Something they can budget towards at that point, and it is. Okay, any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Councilor McKay? Councilor Stevens?
1 year.
No, now we're going for 3, Mr.
Oh, we're going for 3. Whoa.
Oh, you voted against it? You want it?
I guess.
Okay, well, you.
Good then.
100%.
I would go for 1 year, but not for 3.
But it is carried. It's four people voted for it.
Somebody else's business.
Hold
He could change his vote after the fact, but if he can, then it would have been defeated.
Yeah, if he changes his vote,
Because it was.
he didn't understand what you were
I
saying.
voted
Myself,
I should pay more attention.
voted opposed. So if Dave is flipping, you voted opposed, Paul?
Technically, it was carried anyway because Mr. Stolberg, Mr. Clark, Mr. McKay,
Yeah, I
and
thought you were
Mr.
going for
Vanderwerf.
1
Mr.
year.
McKay was again for 3 years. I mean, you're not.
We voted for 1 year, and the discussion was to extend it to 3 years. And that was the motion on the table.
Okay.
And
Mr. Chair, I would call the question again with the clarification. Those that are opposed or for extending it to a 3-year program.
I can call that question. I thought it was called quite clearly before. Those in favor of extending it to a 3-year period so that they have commitment from us from our end too. For till 2027. Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? It failed because we've had Councillor McKay, Councillor Grover, Councillor Stevens, and Councillor Nyberg opposed. Okay. Now, 9.4, memo, grader beats, page 55 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I kind of thought this was going to be a good news story, but I'm not so sure.
How's the rest of the day?
We have been a very positive bunch today.
I can argue on that one. We need to listen to.
Are we beating the graders?
Yeah. No, we've had several discussions about grader beats in the last year, and with your direction, we've now gone from 7 to 9. We have had some positive feedback. I know we can't make everybody happy, but I think they're doing great. I think the roads are as good as a lot of other places, better. So Greg's memo is very self-explanatory. I think he probably has some comments, but I think we're on the path to offering a better level of service. Greg?
Absolutely, thank you. Yeah, just the information that I provided in the memo, like I said, basically wanted to give you an overview of our approach and the direction that we took from council and how we proceeded in our own deliberations as staff at operations and how we wanted to proceed and build in some sort of a level of support amongst our greater beat operators and the fact that a beat boundary is merely a line. It does not mean that they cannot cross over it one direction or another, as was clearly stated by council that they felt as though there should be opportunities for support in areas where it's required. So as we moved ahead, we put in 9 greater beats. Those will be the beats that are specific to operators. However, with that being said, when we have a weather incidents like we've had off and on throughout this winter, basically we mobilize our grader fleet, everything that's operational, all boots are on the ground moving, and we allocate added graders to locations that have specific concerns in regards to wind and drifting and whatnot, to clear those areas quicker and as well efficiently move back towards their base locations so that they can cover the ground and assist other operators. Open for any comments or questions.
Councilor Grover? I think it's the best thing that we've done for quite a while. Back to the 9 beats that we had here for years and given lots of positive feedback in the south end there anyway. Still got a few complaints around the center where, but the south ones, they're happy. They're getting the roads plowed. They're good. Thank you.
Councillor Stillberg and then Councillor Nyberg.
Okay. No, I think it's a much better plan than when we were trying to implement the floater graders, because there was sort of a different operator on the floater every time and they weren't so familiar with the area and they were kind of, well, missing or not doing what the last guy did, and it was creating a lot of confusion and a lot of calls and a lot of complaints. So I think when you have this designated beat, I mean, these guys know it frontward and backward, and it's just more efficient. I think, and what I've really noticed is, like, I don't get the calls I did even since this has been done than I did before. So it's improving, and we've had a lot of snow and a lot of wind, and so I think it's been already tested, and it's a lot better, I think, and than we had.
So when did you start up the 9?
Basically, we started implementation of the 9 grader beats just before we broke for the Christmas break. We'd sat with the operators basically at that point in time, just moving more towards familiarity with the process that we were going to implement in regards to where the beats were, who would take care of which roads. And then in the case of a snow event, we wanted to make sure before the Christmas break that we had that plan secure and in place, just in case operators were called in over holidays. There was no confusion as to how we were going to move forward and proceed.
So does this work out to be each one has about the same amount of kilometers? Is that kind of the idea behind this?
Yeah.
Just that the area looks small on some of them, and it looks like my area got bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. Basically, what we've got in place is an average of about 150 miles in each location, which the only one that is somewhat less would be the Greater Beat 6 up around the lake there. That one is a little less. It's more around 92, I believe, miles of road.
Typical lake.
Well, what we are trying to do is with the placement of our support graders, especially down in the Bymore-Indiang area, we have 2 support graders that can go to that area. Both operators have been in that area, and we've got a plan set in place. So if at any given time when they move in, there's no question of who's doing what. They all hit their locations, and we're basically working back in an efficient pattern so that the graders end the evening, closer to the base, as well as then moving from that direction. In essence, we would move through the Bymore-Indiang region, southeast to northwest, so that those graders are moving up and carrying back towards our higher populated areas. But at the same time, we have our other added grader beats working through our higher populated areas as well, so that we're catching a lot of the traffic and making sure that the roads are clear.
So everyone has one grader, is that what you're saying?
Specifically at this point in time, let's say we have, this weekend comes up, we've got a snow event, and we're going to head out. So every grader has, or every beat has its specific grader that's allocated to that location. So that's 9 graders. So in essence, we have another 5 graders potentially, as long as nothing's in the shop or anything of that nature. So what we've done, depending on the severity of the event, and patrols are also completed to ensure that we understand it is a large area, so there can be a lot more snow in certain places, or if the wind blows, etc. So what we did in the latest event was we had a grader basically based in Bymore and sent 2 out from Stettler. They graded all the way out towards Bymore. 1 grader remained in Bymore at the end of that workday, and then those operators continued in that area the next day. But in essence, those 3 graders were able to complete that area in 2 days. And on day 2, the 3rd grader was moving back towards Stettler and assisting the other operators. At the same time, we had 2 more graders floating, one moving into, what we usually do is we hit one into the Red Willow region there, so that grader beat 9. We get lots of concerns and issues there with a lot of the snow blowing in, as well as moving up into grader beat, the south ends of grader beat 7 and 8. We usually allocate 1 more into there to assist those 2 operators as well, as they start more so in the northern regions of theirs, and they're working back down towards the south. And with the last event, basically all of our operators, once they completed their areas and were moving, they crossed borders and moved into the next area and worked towards the other grader operator in that beat. So.
No, and you have enough grader operators that are set in place, like everybody. You got
right now
a butt for every seat.
Right now, we have an operator for every seat. We do have a couple of operators that are not necessarily that's their role, but that's what they are doing at this point until we hire. We've got some great resumes that have come in, local experience, class 1s, experience on multiple levels of equipment. So we do have great resumes as we go and start moving through those next week.
We are looking for a couple operators then?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. And just one more thing with this then. And in it seemed to be from the ratepayer concern line that we got that there seemed to be a harder hit in some areas. I think less, I don't know if it was the wind down there or whatever, and it seemed to be Paul a little bit too as well, that east side of the the county. I didn't get a lot. I saw one or two, which were clean.
My northern part of my ward was northwest was hit, and we weren't 2 days by any means. We were like 5 days.
Yeah, so and when I say that, I just wondered if it's like how that,
Yeah, and I mean, we do track every single day where we're at. And we did have some people with concerns at the duration of time that it took for our graders to meet. The last snow event that we had graders there the Sunday or the Monday, and they were returning to that location late Thursday or Friday.
That's a time or two down the road, but.
Yeah, but I mean, basically what we're doing in that location is, unfortunately, we had graders that were opening up roads on Sunday and trying to continue through their beat, and the wind decided to eliminate some of that. So, I mean, they did finish their beat Monday, Tuesday back there. You know, it was Wednesday, Thursday, we had some issues, so.
And snow, everybody wants to be first, but I mean, it still comes to the fact, with the 9 beats too, we've got summer conditions and holidays. And what's our expectations on it? They're 150 miles. How often to a road is typically, what should be our assumption that roads will hit our main roads, like not our machinery roads, but our main roads? How often?
Right, so we're working through that right now, Dan, myself, and Christy, with the level of service and putting in what we feel would be attainable goals. And I believe right now, Dan is working at around a 4-week rotation.
Even with the 9 beats?
With the 9 beats, it would potentially, depending on, and I mean, Mr. Clark, I'll be completely honest with you, weather conditions will change everything. We will be working graders into those beats as well, regardless, that are not beat operated graders. So we're hoping that that'll assist and tighten things up a little bit more even. But time will tell, as will the weather. So we'll see what happens.
Hopefully there's more rain events next year. Councillor Stevens, I did ask a question, I think.
Yeah, it was a level of service question about what we should be telling people to expect for rotation, but that was answered. Just a comment that since the first snowfall event, which I think could have been tightened up a little bit, I think the response has been great since that first snowfall event. So kudos to the crew doing the snow clearing. And I had to work outside in that. That wind was atrocious during some of those trying to. That must have been pretty depressing for these operators, knowing that everything that you graded that day was undone with a gust of wind.
Yeah, with their footprints out and they're full on the way back. So do we, and I notice again, this is a little bit off this cuff, but do we have a policy for opening back roads? So a number of ratepayer concerns have come through that these individuals want to open a back road that typically nobody lives on and nobody works, and we don't normally grade. Should we be applying the same policy endeavor on that if you want that back road opened, it becomes a charge? Like, I don't necessarily, I do have some troubles with us spending money for opening up a back road that you could have, pulled your bales off in the fall when it was there, or, why are we opening a back road so you can get down there to move cattle or something? I don't know.
Or to feed cattle, but that's the person's choice where they're going to winter their cows at.
Isn't that right?
The taxpayer, if that's where their water and everything at, that is a part of their operation.
But it is a back road though, right?
It could be. Yeah.
So what you're saying is there should be a charge for it or not?
No, it depends like if you're going in to pick bales, et cetera, I maybe would question it. But I mean, guys are putting their grain into tubes. I question that a bit to the point where when their quota opens and stuff, it is they're along what they think is a county road. It's no different than
do you know it's a designated back road? Like, I don't know.
I guess if you could charge them the minimal, like on driveways, but it's the same driveway, you just don't see the same people every time on the same driveway. Yeah. And some hardly go off. You see it bladed today and then a week, 3 days later, they're back on because of the condition of how their road is.
To speak to that, Andrew, please, if my wording is incorrect, please correct me. So we do have a policy in place and a priority level of how we will approach clearing the snow off the roads. Back road, so if it's for farm access, et cetera, those roads are placed and will be cleared for a fee only after the rest of our road surfaces are opened and cleared. And
So we do have a fee imposed.
So there is a fee
That is
involved with that. It's on a per hour basis. That fee, we are reviewing it as well to bring back to council for council to understand and take a look at and see how they feel it fits. But that is how we've been approaching it this year. I've had 2 ratepayers contact me with specific back roads that they want to have plowed. I've relayed to them that it is an hourly based fee, that we will get to it in a priority basis and give them the priority on level on that. They were appreciative of that. They understood that we were going to be working with them as the weather supported us being able to do it. We were able to take care of it for both of the ratepayers, and they were happy with it. So.
Okay, no, that's my questions answered.
I have mixed feelings about this seasonal road direction that you're talking. I have a couple of instances in my ward where there's a number of houses or acreages near the main road, and then after that it turns to seasonal past the houses. So one specifically, they bring it back, their cattle back closer to their farm, but it's obviously past where the houses are. So they're the most logical place to winter your cattle is closer to your farm. But in that instance, you're moving them onto a seasonal road. So I'm not sure if that should be penalized, if that makes sense.
But I mean, it's the same thing if you're putting your house, we always talk about building a road and putting the house, down the road allowance. I mean, in Dave's area, we did that to an individual. They said, listen, we'll give you 10 grand to build your road, but that's only going to get you to 400 meters. After that, you're on the hook to improve that road, and they move their house to the front.
You're making
some operation.
You're making some bold assumptions because a lot of these people are buying, they don't have a ton of options when they want to get into farming or buy land. Sometimes you're buying what's available where you can get it, because it is not exactly a buyer's market for land. It doesn't come up for sale all that often, and when it does, there's a lot of people interested.
Councilor Grover?
Yeah, I've got very good. Told them, but don't be in a hurry. You go plow all the roads, and then if, you happen to go by there, plow that. Once they're plowed out, like now, we should be all right, but who knows, another storm, but then you can plow with a tractor. The farmers are pretty self-sufficient. I want you to plow 3, I think.
Actually, we've only had to do 2 at this point in time. We're only done.
Just that one, I don't think even was in my area.
Right.
Interesting concept there, though, is we were told at one point where farmers weren't supposed to plow county roads. So I didn't know if there's a definition between back road.
Well, if it's got gravel on it,
Well,
that's what we're worried about, is they take the gravel, put it off, and there's public traffic on it.
The question I have is you can go into every ward, some of the wards, like you get some of the roads up by the lake are more of could be deemed almost as back roads, continued, et cetera, but people use those roads all the time. But we've got roads in every ward that people would have access other directions, but yet we go out and we plow, in some cases, like 4, 5, 6 miles before and without a residence being on it, but they're kind of feeder roads, and they're used. So I guess on our scheduling and stuff, how do we schedule that when it comes to plowing? I know we kind of want to work from one end to the other, but on the same sense, sometimes you were clearing where not maybe the most people are at. And people do have an access.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it is a bit of an endeavor to be able to determine exactly where to start, where to finish, and how to keep everyone happy when our population is somewhat, we're seeing consolidation of operations. We're seeing greater distances between houses in our rural areas. So it is a little bit tougher to do. It's no different than, and I've had discussions with the school boards and their transportation departments, and the fact that we can't hit specifically a bus route and follow it all the way through because it's just not efficient. And that would be the same approach I would take with when I'm dealing with ratepayers and such. We try to rotate where we start, and we try to rotate where our graders are going to be working through so that no one's the last person every single time. But there is going to be, it is what it is. We will take time. It will take time to clear roads. And sometimes the road work that the guys will be doing doesn't necessarily have somebody living on it, but it is a well-traveled road for miles and miles and miles. So it's no less important of a commuter road just because there's no residences on it, than it is something that multiple vehicles from different areas will use to get to more of from a distribution style road into an arterial road.
I could argue with you on that,
Yeah.
when we got people that maybe are plowing from it to get to the.
Yeah.
That might be a bit of a difference.
Yeah, well, I think the plan's good overall, but I just, for a suggestion is like the plow operators maybe can just use their own discretion at some points and common sense. Because in my area, I know there's 3 or 4 roads in more of the north area of my area that block so bloody easy. And once these operators are opening, many, many times, they know which ones can stand a wind and which ones can't. And I don't expect them to jump here, there, and everywhere. But if they're doing an area, like, they don't have to do it exactly like this. Like if they go here and here and here or whatever, just there's exactly the same efficiency. But if they're hitting those really problem areas slightly, maybe one day sooner than the areas that typically don't block anyway, I think they can work that in, and a lot of them probably would, unless they're instructed you got to follow the same pattern every time. But
no, they don't follow the exact same pattern, but they do move through an area the same way because of efficiency.
Yeah, I agree. It has to be.
Yeah.
And then one other comment I have is on the back road plowing. There's one in my area that just kind of almost yanked my chain a little bit because, we had such a early harvest and such a long open fall, and about 3 years in a row, those bales never come out of an area that is a seasonal road that is never plowed, typically never plowed. And then like 3 years in a row in the middle of winter, we get a call to plow it. And it's a person that's lived in Canada his whole life. He knows we get winter every year, and he knows that road blocks every year. So sometimes I think if there is a small charge, maybe, because, it picks up management levels and it saves everybody some money.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just one other thing while we're still on the graders. Are we seeing an uptake in plowing the driveways? Seems that there seems to be lots on there.
I think it's mostly repeats, right?
Oh, yeah. I think
you would just have more snow than
Absolutely. No, the cutoff was October 31st for applications to be received and road or approaches and laneways to be added to the list. This year, we actually, from last year, we did see a slight drop in applications that came in. And I do believe moving forward, we'll probably see an increase in that as well, just due to the fact that some people, and I know I've talked to Reeve Clark about this just briefly when we were in passing, but as soon as you associate a phone call to have your laneway plowed and a fee associated with that, when they phone and they pay, there is an expectation that it's done the same day. And so I do receive a few phone calls where I have to relay to ratepayers that, and mostly just at the beginning, because after they've been told once, they understand completely. But that it goes along as well with the priority list. Our priority is to open up roadways and then move to laneways approaches afterwards.
So an increase in the amount of laneways we do, or a decrease in the amount?
Sorry, a decrease in the amount of laneways that we do. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I see that.
There could be something in amounts this year, but not in
Yeah.
amount of people.
That's what I was asking.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, yeah, we've had a group of people that definitely have called 3 times to have their laneway opened up this year, whereas previous years, they maybe only would have called once. So
We had like 5 times the amount of wind this year, it seems like.
But it doesn't sound like it's over this week. You were.
So just one more comment quickly, as you look at that graphic there, that basically the heavy black line is the outline of the electoral boundaries. So you can see.
Actually, it's the old outline. It's not the right.
Is it?
line. Yep.
Oh, well, thank you for pointing that out. So yeah, so anyways, our intent was so that we would have a map with electoral boundaries on it so that you could match it up to see, the greater beats and how they lay and fall in your area. And if you have any concerns or that, you can get a hold of me and we can discuss, how we operate and move through those greater beats.
Can we get that map?
Yeah, we'll get it updated. I think we probably started from an old base map that's still added.
Just a question, like we did do a road survey, road tour before. In my own area, I have concerns because every year I have to phone 2 or 3 times on the same road or the same handful of roads every year. It doesn't matter if it's winter, it doesn't matter if it's summer. It's so if we can get that message in once and get that to the operators, because, as soon as you make that phone call, it's great again. Yeah. And if you shouldn't, either high use roads or poor base roads, but I mean, in the summertime, some of them you can hardly hold your steering wheel together to go down them. So it's just let's get, as Les indicated before, with blowing in snow, some of these other roads with poor bases or whatever, or higher traffic, let's just try to get out of them more often. Because that's the ones we receive the complaints on. And it's typically at least in my area, I can't speak for everybody's, but it's usually the same road.
Yeah, absolutely.
My roads are great.
Yeah, it certainly is.
I gotta make a comment though, to kudos to the operators. I noticed this last time around, they really stretched out knocking the winging it back. Like they really stretched out. I think they were maybe even driving in the ditch a little bit, which does make a huge difference as getting that back there. I think one of the pictures you showed, the grader was driving in the ditch, which might be a little tough on tires, but it was a wonderful job. I think they got frustration with kicking it back. So, yeah.
I would have preferred to move to 8. I think the pendulum is swinging the right way. 9 may be the right number of beats, but I wanted to move up progressively. But I think this is a step in the right direction, so I'll move that we receive for information.
If I could just make one quick comment as well. We are working with a young group of operators, relatively speaking, I think, compared to years past. We do have 2 operators that are working beats right now that this is their first winter that they've been integrator clearing snow. And so we've had staff working with them and educating them and bringing them along. And I think they've done a pretty good job. We've had a lot of good comments out of those areas about the operators and their abilities. As well, we've got a couple of operators that are more in their, their 3rd or 4th year, which, when we've had the years that we had previous, a couple of 3, that there wasn't a whole lot of snow, so you didn't get to necessarily hone the skill as much and understand it. So overall, I'm super impressed and very proud of the work that this young group, that they're taking care of the roads as quickly as they are this year, and seem to be getting more efficient and getting a handle on it better and better every time that they're out there. So I can only see that things will improve as we keep going forward.
So, we have a motion on the table with just comments at the end.
Receive for information.
Okay. Call the question. That's good. If you could recover salt though and sand off of that secondary north of by my place, I think we'd have enough for a shed for the whole year. What's put on there by, it is the coldest days of the year. It's liquid. You can't go slow enough to keep your windshield and the tractor clear.
Well, we can work on that.
Yeah, let's get a sweep and try to figure out how to recover it. Okay, that got us out of the ninth. We're into our reports now. 11.1, Chief Administrator Officer's Report, page 58 of the package. Council Jensen.
Can we just have an update on the CP in rail yard in Nevis? I haven't really heard anything.
Well, Nikki might want to talk to it, but we did get a call back after we met with them the next day, I think, where they confirmed that they had, they're moving rail cars from Quebec. They're en route right now. It takes a while for them to get here, but once they're here, they will be contacting us and they will get the ties cleaned up.
Thank you.
Did I miss anything, Nikki?
Nope, that's everything.
You also, you had a question at the start to move to the report too. I get it.
We'll just catch that as we're going through it.
Okay.
Well, what was it?
Mulching.
Oh, yeah, the tree mulcher.
Yeah, no, like there's is there any questions on the CEO report? So
That's where we're at, yeah.
yeah, that's where we're at.
Okay. I guess it's one that, like if it comes down, there was a check for the tree eater. So it was one, okay, I believe it was when Joe was here, we did a test plot with say like one of them, that type of machine. I don't know whether this was the type of machine that you used just recently. But anyway, like back then it was kind of discussed that it was on the pricey side. So like, I'm just kind of wondering, are we going to be continuing on this route in order to do so much a year? Or are we going, or was our equipment down that it wasn't able to do this, the roadways that you've done? By the invoice, it looked like it was about 4 miles of road that you'd done over in James area. Like I was quite impressed with what it does, but it is also one I tried to look at, say like the price justified on it. We spent $78,000 on it. If we are going to be looking at continuously going down that road every year, should we be looking at purchasing of a machine, something like that, so that it does complement, say like on behalf of Public Works?
If I can, Mr. Reeve. So that budget allocated amount was, I believe, and again, Andrew, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that was an amount that council had set forth to see and utilize and get a better understanding of how much work we could get done by utilizing a contractor brushing machine for a specific amount of money. So that amount we did utilize in that location, and we're able to clear quite a bit of that brush on that 4 mile stretch, a little over 4 miles. And we utilized it in that location because of the amount of brush that was in there. It was heavy, thick, crowding the road, and it was a little bit more than what we could handle with our own forces. So that's the determination behind it. Saying that, there is a cost and a fee that goes along with it. It's not a cheap fix for brushing. However, neither is owning that equipment as well. Speaking with the contractors that have that equipment, basically they operate multiple units because there's high levels of maintenance that go on while those units are after they've done the work. So with this contractor specifically, they'll put 2 units on, and they'll have 2 units in the shop, basically getting their maintenance completed while those 2 units are working, and then they'll swap them out basically back and forth, back and forth. So utilization of one single unit, we could look into that. The cost on them, they are expensive. But I mean, there is options. How many hours we get out of it a year, et cetera. I mean, we could definitely do an analysis on that and bring some numbers back to council.
I just look at, we're probably 30 years behind on a lot of the brushing. In order to get caught up with that, if we need more equipment, more manpower, like to get caught up, by all means. But that'll be for the next council to decide on budgeting, whatever you bring forward also.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Council member?
So mine is in protective services, so I'm not sure.
Well, I just on that brushing. Yeah. James area has some fairly large diameter trees in it. How big of trees were we dealing with that?
We were taking care of some pretty substantial brush. Yeah, it's, I guess when we say brush, sometimes there's the the thought that it's like willows and light poplar, but no, there was some significant trees in that stretch that we were doing for sure.
Question on that. Councilor Jenner, that answer that?
Yes, thank you.
So a couple of things. In the protective services, what's BOLO mean again? Page 70.
APB is be on the lookout.
Oh, okay. So if you go to page 72, or no, I'm looking at page 74, sorry. Commercial vehicle inspection seems to be our, and then page 76 again. A number of commercial vehicle inspections. Are these all being done on highway?
Probably not all of them, but definitely good chunks of them.
Okay.
The guys that are coming onto our roads are definitely going through the highways first, right?
Okay. So
a lot come from the gravel areas though. So Fenn and Scholar do end up with quite a bit.
Okay. No, I wondered about that. And then there's one with the drone flight. Is that in our preview too? Page 75? 75?
Yeah, so protective services is where we have the guys that are trained with the drone flights. And so that would have been likely assisting another department. That might have even been the rail yard Nevis.
Okay, so that's an incident report as far as they're doing the work. I see.
Nobody has more paperwork than protective services. Everything they do gets noted.
No, I was thinking that they were out there trying to find a drone
and shoot down drones. Yeah, no, that's not there. That's not.
I see another one there that is the alarm. Do we do alarms?
That would be county facilities. They're the guys who would respond when the security alarm goes off. They do, when they can, do it remotely by just checking the cameras from their phones. But not all facilities have that, or sometimes there's a case where you're looking and you see, well, somebody did go in, I should go check who it is.
Okay. And then there's one other one with the road use agreements. There seems to be some issue with a couple of traffic inspections with no road use agreement. This is are they people coming in through our area, locals, or?
I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure the details of those ones, but I can find out and get back to you.
And then I just have one in the main report. Initiated the inspection, 15 traffic violations, a total of 3, or traffic violations for a total of 33.
Yeah, so that's a new personal best. And I would actually love to highlight that one because our officer, was, and I'm going to name him here, it was Officer Kyle Benna, who did that one. And actually the head of the CVSA program with the province in auditing and doing his audits saw that and reached out for an attaboy, which I know made Kyle feel quite good because he thought, oh, I might be really hard on this guy, I might be in a jerk. But no, the CVSA on their own reached out to send a letter and said, like, that's incredible work.
Did they send money with it? Like, the province really, and here's where I'm getting at in this one is, here is an exact issue of downloading, right? So where this guy, if we weren't doing what we're doing, this guy would be cruising all the way, more than likely to Red Deer, causing nothing but grief.
I have no issues with our peace officers cutting someone a little slack. Hey, did you know this one clearance light is out?
Yeah.
Can you get that fixed? But if they find 33 violations, something else is untoward here.
I don't think they should have took him out of service. They should have took him off.
Councillor Grover?
Had RCMP stop me right out in front of here when I pulled in here. I just washed the truck. Come on now, I haven't had my seatbelt. Well, I've got to see what this guy wants. I parked there. He's come up. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get you for covering your taillight. Oh yeah. I went back and looked. there's two buckets, one by the trailer and this other one, I don't know what it's for. And the cop had come over to 7 on my license. You know, that's RCMP, that's not our. But it is okay. I said, oh, that's fine. I said, you in court, like, just come out of the wash, I have my receipt, and, yeah. Wind must have blew it over the thing, I said, just look it like that. And after a while, I talked to him, and he said, Dan, I don't think we need to vote for it, I don't want to pick it up. But, you know, that is the worst thing he has in the county of Stettler.
I have a question from page 64, insurance. Damage to greenhouse in Bothell.
Yeah. It was kind of in our road allowance. And we were plowing and the snow was blowing pretty good. We came around the corner, we clipped it. But when we clipped it, we knocked the windows and stuff out of it. So they were away, so we left them a letter in the door, and when they got back from their vacation, they phoned and we'll fix it. And they were quite appreciative that we, got a hold of them as quickly as we could. It was just a freak accident.
So the grader and personal vehicle, that's the one that's just east of town?
Is that the one that we were with the?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one that's been ongoing for a while.
Yeah.
I think we've made it through all the queries.
Mr. Chair, if you have none, I'll receive for information.
On page 80 of the flying.
When you're done, I guess.
In the shop, I guess the repairs that have been done to the heating in the floor. I was just kind of wondering like what they had found.
That was the glycol leak. Yeah.
So you're just wondering about what was the cause, or, so there was a leak on the main lines that were basically traveling out through to hit the different zones. So in essence, basically all we did is we just moved everything and circumvented that leak, and then continued on with the piping to service all the zones. It was done quickly, efficiently, and right now it's amazing the difference that it's made in the shop through the heating. It's quite a difference. And not only the shop, we needed to turn the heat down in the offices as well. It's amazing the heat transfer in a building, but when you get that slab warmed up, it definitely achieves.
Were the lines poured within the cement?
Initially, the lines were, yes, in the cement.
So I'm just kind of wondering like what may have caused that.
It's hard to say. Without digging it up, you can't specifically determine whether it was at a joint that was incorrectly done or something of that nature. It's hard. Right.
Oh, thank you.
Any other questions? None. Got a motion to accept the report. All the question, all in favor? That will be carried. Okay, financial reports, 11.2.1, accounts payable register, 11.2.2, bank reconciliation, December 31st, 2024, page 97 to 104 of our package. Counselor Gender.
Well, originally, when I was looking through it, I was looking at check number 29641, Udi Gabriel. Never really heard of the name much before. It wasn't until I read the reports that he had applied for our doctor coming in.
That's a good one to accept too. Okay, Counselor Grover. Get your hand up.
I'm good.
Any other questions? Okay, Counselor Stevens.
I'll move that we receive for information.
All the question, all in favor? It's carried. Counselor fee sheets, page 1. Page for the package. Are you recording this?
No, apparently Siri thought you were trying to get her attention though.
I'm recording it.
That's acceptable. Okay, the council fee sheets, page 105 of the package.
So I just noticed that both Paul and Ernie didn't bill for the Ag Service Board. Are you gonna bill for that or just give it to us for free? Up in conference?
I always just do the date that's cut off and then after that carry on.
I think I did too, or did I? Maybe I didn't. I thought I did. Maybe I thought some people did it properly and other ones didn't, but
I billed for it. I did, it was there, so I billed for it. It was, I might have put my timesheet in a little late.
yeah, I didn't bill for it either because it was after the cutoff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was a little late. Yeah.
Okay. So it will catch
I
up.
thought maybe you guys are gonna give it to us.
We'll catch up next month.
There's always freebies around.
Councilor Gender?
The only question I have is on Mr. Stevens, like his doctor tour, he doesn't have any mileage on there.
Wasn't sure how to handle that one, to be honest with you, because I was working in my office in town, and it would strike me as a little nickel and dimey to charge 1.5 kilometers each way. I wasn't concerned about my costs of fuel traveling across town.
Take the hit on the buck.
Yeah.
I just look for open boxes that,
That's acceptable explanation to you, Councilor Gender.
Thank you for
donating some mileage.
And on that?
I'll move the
You didn't
page.
ask me about my open box.
Do you have one or two?
Yeah. I got to drive it less, that's all.
He's a big man, I should have got more.
Yeah.
Two of them, actually.
Sure, Councilor. We've got a motion on the table.
Didn't get the mileage, did you?
Extra mileage for carrying extra weight.
All in favor? That would be carried. Okay, our reports.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So just one thing, I see Mr. Grover did a good job of submitting for the Housing Authority. We typically switch back and forth. The budget increase to the requisition and will not be 2.5%. It's actually 0.
Will not be what?
It'll be 0.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So the vote was there that it was 0. So I'm not sure. We had discussed that it'd be 2.5, but it's not there. So.
I thought we went with the other. Now I put it at 0. Okay, what?
And Councilor Stevens did a very good set of minutes for doctor recruitment.
I just, one of the things I want to mention to Mr. Chair, if I could, especially on the healthcare professional attraction and retention, I just, if Mr. Stevens could highlight that a little bit, exactly what we did. I think we paid for 2 meals and took these people out on tours. And what did the county do in this case?
What was done in this case? So each tour was a little bit different. There's been an increased effort to try and cater the tours to each individual doctor. Some have multiple kids of a certain age, so you want to make sure that school is included in the tour. Depends on their interests. You'll swing out. Believe it or not, one of the big hits with one of the doctors was visiting the White Sands colony. They thought, the family and the doctor and the family thought this was a great thing. So it changes a little bit depending on what their interests are. One doctor was fairly devout, so there was some church tours just to show options. It depends on the interest they have. And then kind of showcasing the community as best we can, along with the incentive plan brought forward by multiple parties, whether it's the Health Foundation and what they chip in, the town and county agreement, Stettler Needs Doctors is still doing a little bit more. They've helped with some referral bonuses to the doctors, as well as helping get them set up with apartments to rent, basic furnishings, that sort of thing. So the tours have been, I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. When I submitted this, we were batting an 80% success rate for doctors that toured our community, signed a contract. So I think those numbers kind of speak for themselves, how successful it was.
And just to get a little bit of clarity for the rest of council too as well, we're still administrating the incentive program and then billing our partners the amount. So, and we're paying for all the other, when we're doing this tour, we're picking up the tab on that. So
No. It's actually the town that would pick up the initial tab for the tours.
Oh, okay. I just seen that.
I
saw that we saw some meals for Dr. Tour on our budget.
That was part of our agreement. The staff member that is in charge or administrating or coordinating, I guess would be the right term, is Byron at the Board of Trade. We have an agreement on sharing the costs. So similar to our incentive where we pick up the tab for the check and then bill our partners, this one's in reverse. The town is initially picking up the cost and then back charging us for our portion of the tours and the labor cost associated.
And I think there was a little bit of concern that the county had, not necessarily by any of us, but I think that because our partner stepped up, it seemed that we had backed off, but I don't think that's the case. I think, and kudos to you and to Mr. Clark for continuing to keep our foot down and make sure this goes forward.
There was a news article that came out that was not what I would say the most accurate and highlighted many parties and excluded just one or two. So it was a little deceptive to the general public as to who was actually involved.
That has been discussed in great detail at the last meeting again. We'll see if it is taken up, go forward, but it will be discussed every time because it's supposed to be joint communications that is ran through our communications director.
I know that's good because I think it's important that the public still knows that we're doing everything we were before and more. So.
For us members of council that aren't on doctor recruitment, there's a lot of new doctor faces coming to town, to Stettler, which is great, but of course, you've met them and we haven't. So is it possible after they're signed to get a little profile picture, a little story and what their interests are, and we're welcoming this doctor, what his name is and all that? Because I hear some names sometimes, but I can't put them to a face and all that. It's just kind of nice to meet these people.
I would just suggest that that's something that the committee discussed is that joint communications plan that Reeve Clark just referred to, that certainly our representatives could bring forward, that would be a nice piece to bring out. And that way it allows that committee to remain in control of the communications. And so we're not, because it's very normal and casual for us to sort of report on the most current information here, but is that joint communications
for protocols for releasing it, of course, through the agreement at some point.
Yeah.
At a high level, it has been discussed about in what form or fashion we do somewhat of a celebratory welcome to the community, to the new doctor and potentially their family. We did receive a request from the clinics that don't jump the gun too much. They struggle keeping up with how many phone calls and walk-ins requesting a new doctor. They can't keep up. So having that welcome to the community type advertisement bio that you refer to may come potentially a week or two after they start, just to not inundate the clinics,
not to flood their reception at the clinics. Any other questions or comments on the reports listed? Counselor Stewart?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind just touching on my FCSS one because it didn't get in the package. And on my end, it said I sent it Friday, January 31st at 9:40 a.m. But Michelle didn't get it. So anyways, it is before you on a hard copy. And FCSS had a really busy year. And I think I just want to highlight some of the things. The family counseling program there, it is full and there's 15 people on the waiting list. But I mean, budget-wise, we have no more budget for that, and the counselor that there doesn't have the time anyway. But so it is a concern and a need. The volunteer driver program, this is fairly new, and it really took off, and I think it's an excellent program for Stettler, being we don't have a handy bus type thing that service taking us out of town. 170 people found trips to their medical appointments in Red Deer, Calgary, Edmonton, or whatever. And some of these were the same person some multiple times because of their medical issues and stuff. And if these people can't find trips, I mean, you can sometimes get family and stuff sometimes to help you, but if they're have to multiple times take time off work, it's difficult. So these volunteer drivers, I mean, they do it, and it's a wonderful service. It's a good plan, I think. As always, FCSS does a lot of partnering with groups in town on some of these things. I guess and going backing up right to my stats, the 7,240 other general requests, like a lot of them came this year from seniors, and a lot of them in all those postal codes that were changed and stuff. There's a lot more changes than a person sometimes realizes have to be done on this, and some of the seniors, they just can't to navigate the systems to do it. And then you'll notice too, 2,487 requests come after they were at Alberta Works, because they don't do a hands-on. They tell you where you can find your information and tell you on a digital device that you have to do it. And so with FCSS, they can do some hands-on help to get people where they need to be in these programs. So, and then the crisis aid one is same thing. It's a stretch thing. They help as many as they can, but of course, there's a lot of people that just can't get help with that program because there isn't the funds there. But they definitely, what's the word, James? Where the most needy get it first. It's
done by ratings, or not ratings, but by they got a criteria that works on.
So, I mean, a lot of people will be denied that crisis aid service in favor of those need it worse. And then I think interesting, because the FCSS does work with the Stettler Food Bank, interesting there that 127 first-time users of food bank. So that might be kind of a sign of the economic times, I guess. And was there anything you wanted to add?
No, I think that's good. Thank you.
Okay, well, thanks for that, fine.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Okay.
I'll move to accept as information.
Nikki looking to speak.
Nikki? Okay.
I just wanted to mention the landowner surface rights event. Reeve Clark, if you wanted to speak to that one a little bit. I just want to make sure the public is aware.
That's under consent agenda items.
Oh, sorry, that's still coming.
Yeah, so we're
Gotcha.
So we have a motion on the table for reports. I'll call the question. All in favor? Carried. So under consent agenda items, yes, the one is for
12.9.
Well, yeah, PEP 12.9. This we were asked if we could basically find a spot in Stettler, because they were having a landowner, they're bringing the AER out. There's 4 different departments that are coming out: Alberta Energy, Land and Property Rights Tribunal. And can you bring that up a little bit more? Wasn't there 2 more on the bottom of that? Yeah, the Farmers Advocate Office and Orphan Well Association that would coming out to a session. Typically their sessions, they'll have an afternoon and an evening session in the same location. But Bill Heidecker, whom I sat with on on the mature asset strategy, asked if by chance they could do Castor in the morning. And do it in Stettler in the afternoon when he had these people coming out to be there to answer questions or to talk about anything. So I did talk to about Nikki and we've set that up. So it is 6:30 on February 25th at the Ag Society Pavilion. And just remind people in your areas and stuff, because it should be a pretty good spot to if people have questions to get some answers there. Okay.
I've shared this information on the Bymore and Yang bulletin, so they are aware down there.
Should we be putting them on
boards?
You can.
On our communication, like we've got our,
It is on the website and I have sent them around with the CPOs to go to post offices.
and the community, it's okay. Okay. Councillor Stevens?
We received a letter from the postal union requesting us to essentially lobby on their behalf. And I'm not opposed to sending a letter, but I don't think it's going to say what they want it to say.
I don't think that word means what you think.
One of the things that they're pushing for is door-to-door service. Absolutely must remain. Well,
I get it, sure.
I mean, we predominantly work under the communal box system in the vast majority of our county. So I'm not sure why we would lobby for someone else to have a higher level of service than what our citizens have.
We have some rural route deliveries within our county.
Do they go door to door, or is there a community box?
No, it's boxes that you could either have at the end of your laneway, or there might be 2 or 3 conglomerated together.
Meet at a common area.
Yeah, and
Because the original push was to move to those communal boxes where they would be kind of spread out as opposed to every door. And there was a moratorium on that. And I actually don't see that as a showstopper for me. If it means we're not going to lose $1 billion every year on postal service, then that seems like a pretty modest compromise where the urbans would get a similar level of service that the rurals do. And the other one that seems to stand out to me is they seem to be opposed to any franchise or private contract hubs. And we have multiple hubs in our county that are run under that model, and I think quite successfully, and are quite well liked. I don't see that as being a showstopper for us. So I believe they're moving in the wrong direction with no thought whatsoever at what that does to their budget. No plan to ever balance the budget other than ask for more tax money, and a discrepancy in rural and urban service.
So in all, great tirade, Mr. Stevens, I think that was awesome. But if you read it, I think we had till January 24th to get it out, so I guess we're a little bit late anyways. But good speech, buddy. Good practice.
And the addition to our package 0.10, I just want to touch base on it, the Canadian Mental Health Association push-up challenge invitation. Then who's our push-up candidate? 1, 2, 3.
Gregory, you still do spin, don't you, or whatever that spin classes, or whatever the hell that is?
He's too busy.
I saw him earlier, he's doing jazzercise or whatever that was. Rancercise, that's it. It even looks like you.
2,000 push-ups.
Yeah.
Oh. Is this a local situation, or where is it? Who's putting this?
No way.
The Canadian Mental Health Association, so federal.
I will receive that one for information too, Mr. Chairman.
That's part of the package. It's just interesting. It could bring you into shape though, if somebody wants
Round of the shape, just never mind.
to. What's the date today? It starts
Yesterday.
Yeah, we're already late.
We're a day late already.
So we
I
can't
won't
do
be able to catch up.
We might have to book an appointment at the Canadian Heart Association.
Can I sub in kids?
when they're bad.
One added count as two. Counselor Stewart.
We should discuss 12.6.
Parkland Regional Library System, vacant committee seat, yes, 2025.
When they had their reorganizational meeting in the fall, no one put their name forward for our zone to be an executive committee member. And it said vacant. They did send me a letter wanting to know if I would be interested. I bet it's put it on the agenda. Because we'd have to have council's blessing, I think, before I would accept a position like that.
I'll make a motion that Les puts his name forward for the Parkland.
And it looks like they paid the per diems and the mileage, right? I mean, the per diems are only half of what I get here, but I mean, it's what it is what it is. That's what their pay scale is, right?
So I would dare say that if you do that, what you would do is when you're working for them, you get there.
Yeah.
But if you were there as a representative of what you would normally do, then you would bill us.
If I go to a physical Parkland Regional Library meeting representing the county,
You bill it.
it would be on the other system, and this is on this one. Yeah, no, I don't. It's not the money.
You'd be open for it?
Yeah, I would, because I think they do need some direction in certain cases, because our local library has been having some issues for a while that don't seem to be getting addressed. And I don't know if that's a communication problem, but it should not take this long to resolve that. And it's not just Stettler, it's most of the bigger libraries within the region. So that's just one issue. And so and ever since we went to only Zoom meetings, I think it's not been a good thing. It's suffered a little bit when you only get a handful of people there anymore, so I think maybe if I go, it can contribute something positive to this organization.
Just to comment on Zoom meetings, we've been doing this now for close to 4 years. There's still Zoom meetings that are like being on a seance. Are you there, Ernie? Are you there?
Yeah, I go. And they have their place.
I'll make the motion that we have Les put his name forward. I don't think we would appoint you. You'd have to put your name forward.
Can I point out that you currently have like 3 motions on the table, one to approve correspondence, one to approve the addition to correspondence, and now for Mr. Spielberg, so.
No, but the addition of correspondence is part of the correspondence.
Yeah.
Okay, so we still have correspondence, but
We got to deal with this one first.
We have to deal with it. This is specifically putting the first one on. So we'll go back to all the correspondence, which the addition to correspondence was part of that.
And one more quick thing I will point out is that I think you've seen the list in there of all the small communities in this portion of East Central Alberta that's included. Then they all are included except the town of Stettler is in a different one. Because of the population, they had to split the town and the county because we're the largest, pretty much the largest in East Central. So if they put us both in the same one, we'd have our own area, and then the rest of the area would have their area. So that you got it, population wise, it was split. So I won't be representing the town.
Okay, motion on the table.
Which motion do you want
First,
first?
put less. Okay. Motion by Mr. Bennett. Place Munster. Any questions, concerns? All question, all in favor? Carried.
And a motion to receive for information.
All of the consent.
Correspondence.
all the question, all in favor? And that will be carried. 13, in-camera session 13.1, gravel agreement update, FOIP section 25. So if I have a motion to go in camera. Okay, question, all in favor?
Counselor Stevens.
I'll move that we approve the gravel agreement as presented.
Call the question, all in favor? That is carried. Next meeting. Oh,
Will be Thursday, the 27th.
okay, next meeting is Thursday, February 27th, 2025. That is a council meeting.
Correct. That used to be a committee of the whole
That
meeting.
is a Thursday. Yep. The only question I have for council, ASB, MPC, they've always been Wednesdays.
Not committee of the whole
I
was
know it
Thursday.
wasn't, but can we continue on so that person doesn't even have to ask when somebody's trying to book something with you, that Wednesdays are not a good day?
Yeah, we can move, oh, you want to move the second council meeting?
Yeah, I would prefer, I don't know, other people, but
It'd have to be the
next one or whatever, not this, possibly
Have
this
to do with
one.
budget changes for your.
It's just, yeah,
And then you'd move ASB and MPC to Thursday?
no, it's still Wednesdays, all of our, is MPC, ASB the day before?
Yeah.
That screws it up. Wait,
yeah.
this time we don't, it's not this time, though, is it?
It is.
Okay, I haven't looked far enough ahead.
Oftentimes it is.
It just depends on.
Yeah, if the month starts on a Thursday, if there was enough, but other.
Push rewind them, but that was just a. You would, you.
I'll give you a motion for adjournment.